Chapter 3466. The last law enforcer that appeared was the one that Lu Ming had seen before, the one that had come with the 10,000 gods. He walked over with a helpless look on his face. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I've said it before, you can't kill me. Murong Qiushui laughed. Law enforcers, I want to know what is going on? Lu Ming asked with a frown. According to the rules here, the protectors and law enforcers would not interfere in their fights. Even if they died, it would be because their cultivation was too weak. But now, the three law enforcers had come out to protect Murong Qiushui. Lu Ming was filled with doubts. Lu Ming, I'll tell you. Murong Qiushui has already caught the eye of an important person. Once he breaks through to the divine monarch realm, he will be taken in as a disciple. So we can't kill him. If we kill him, we won't be able to explain it to that important person. The first law enforcer that appeared said, Important person. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In this world, law enforcers were the strongest. Then who was this important person that they were talking about? Is it that world? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the world that the 10,000 gods wanted to go to. The law enforcers had said that this world was very big. They were only in the periphery and there was an even deeper world. Lu Ming guessed that it was behind the door that he had seen before. The 10,000 gods had gone to that world to cultivate. Whether it was the protectors or the law enforcers, they were only there to temporarily manage this place. The important person that the law enforcers were talking about was most likely the important person of that world. So Murong Qiushui already had a backer. Lu Ming frowned. With the three law enforcers protecting Murong Qiushui, he could not kill him at all. With his cultivation in front of the law enforcers, he was just an ant. Law enforcers, quickly kill this brat for me. I want this brat to die without a burial ground. Murong Qiushui roared. But the three law enforcers did not move. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Are you ignoring my words? Murong Qiushui shouted at the three law enforcers. That important person said that we would protect you, but we didn't agree to kill you. The first enforcer said. Now, I order all of you to kill him. I tell all of you that I can break through to the Divine Lord realm at any time. At that time, my status will be above all of yours. In this world, who can I not kill? Murong Qiushui loudly shouted with a fierce expression. Murong Qiushui being able to catch the eye of that important person is because of his innate talent, but don't forget, Lu Ming being able to defeat him is enough to prove that his innate talent is above others. What would happen if the news of his defeat were to spread to the other world? There will definitely be a stronger lord taking him in as a disciple. When that time comes, will my status still be above his? The enforcer who took Wan Shin away said coldly. Murong's face alternated between green and white. His hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. He hated him to the bone. However, he couldn't refute it. With Lu Ming's talent, she believed that he would soon be taken in as a disciple by an even stronger expert. He might even be stronger than the expert who had taken a fancy to him. Good, very good. Brat, remember this. One day I will personally twist off your head. Murong Qiushui stared at Lu Ming as he spoke in a fierce voice. I understand. Someone who has been defeated is not my match, so you can only talk back. I understand. Clowns are all like this. Lu Ming softly said with a look of disdain. Murong Qiushui was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly angry. Lu Ming's expression and tone were just too infuriating. In front of Lu Ming, he had become a clown. We'll wait and see. Murong Qiushui angrily roared before turning into a streak of light and leaving. Ayaya, my life soul source stone fragment, ayaya. Seeing Murong Qiushui leave, the life soul source stone, Shirling cried miserably. Shut up for me, Lu Ming shouted at Shirling with his soul power. This fellow didn't do anything, but it was crying so hard. Shirling immediately closed its mouth. The life soul source stone fragment, I will get it sooner or later. You can't run. Lu Ming said in a low voice. At this moment, Feng Qingxue and the others took the opportunity to leave. They didn't dare to stay, fearing that Lu Ming would find trouble with them. There were only three law enforcers left, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant. At this moment, one of the law enforcers looked at Blue Merchant with a look of surprise and said, Without a star core, you can reach this level with just your soul power. It's really a miracle. That's right. It's rare in the world. He's a rare genius. Another law enforcer also said. You flatter me. Blue Merchant cupped his fists. However, no matter if you cultivate divine power or soul power, your cultivation has surpassed the Divine King realm. You can't stay in this world. Also, you haven't cultivated the primordial divine body, so you can't enter the next level to cultivate. You can only be sent out. the first law enforcer said. These words made Lu Ming and Blue Merchant's expressions change slightly. May I ask the law enforcers, how do you leave? Where do you go after you leave? Lu Ming asked. Back to where you came from, of course. The first law enforcer said. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant's expressions changed again, and they became a little gloomy. Back to where you came from? After Blue Merchant left, wouldn't he return to the barbarian tribe's territory and be in danger again? Law enforcers, can't we go to other places? Lu Ming asked. No, this was set by the big shots in the cryptic world. They must have their reasons and it can't be changed. The first law enforcer said. Lu Ming's face darkened. He pondered for a moment and said, if you want to send him out, send both of us out. Although Lu Ming couldn't bear to leave this place for the time being, the cultivation environment in Fengyun Mountain was too good. If Lu Ming cultivated here, his divine power of origin and secret techniques of origin would improve rapidly, and it would save a lot of time. However, he couldn't just watch Blue Merchant go out to die and do nothing. Blue Merchant was Jing Yu's teacher, and he had done him a great favor along the way. Lu Ming wouldn't abandon Blue Merchant because of his own selfishness. This went against his principles and he couldn't do it. If they had to leave, they would leave together. If there was danger, they could face it together. No, Lu Ming, you don't have to leave with me. Stay here and cultivate. It won't be too late to leave after you've improved your cultivation. Blue Merchant said hurriedly. Lu Ming was Jing Yu's hope to overturn the case, so he couldn't let Lu Ming go out with him. Yes, Lu Ming, your talent is too suitable for this place. When the news of you defeating Murong Qiushui spreads to the cryptic world, there will definitely be a big shot who will accept you as a disciple. Cultivating here is the most suitable place for you. The law enforcer who took Wan Xin away also tried to persuade him. Chapter 3467. The enforcer who took Wan Xin away was also interested in Lu Ming's talent. He hoped that Lu Ming could stay and cultivate here so that he could better unleash his talent. Lu Ming also wanted to stay. The cultivation environment in Fengyun Mountain was really tempting. However, he couldn't let Blue Merchant return to the barbarian territory alone and face danger. If they were to leave, they had to leave together. Lu Ming shook his head and said, unless you let Lan Shu stay as well, I'll leave with Lan Shu. Lu Ming's face was resolute and unquestionable. Blue Merchant sighed. He had known Lu Ming for so long and understood Lu Ming too well. Once Lu Ming made a decision, he wouldn't change it. If that's the case, let's leave together. Another enforcer said. Although he admired Lu Ming, he wouldn't stop Lu Ming if he insisted on leaving. Fellow enforcers, before Lu Ming leaves, he wants to do something. I hope you won't stop him. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, what do you want to do? One of the enforcers asked. You should have seen how many people joined hands to deal with me. If I don't get back at them, I won't feel good. Lu Ming said. The enforcers frowned. It was obvious that Lu Ming wanted to kill his way to the other famed mountains and find trouble with the mountain lords. However, this was equivalent to one famed mountain attacking another. It wasn't allowed. All right, we agree. However, there's a condition. You have to go alone and not kill anyone. The enforcer who took Wan Xin away said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. All right, go then. Come back here 7 days later and we'll send you out. Also, we'll inform the guardians. We won't stop you. The enforcer said. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. With a flash, he left the place. Six Min Mountain was extremely magnificent. It soared through the clouds and covered a large area. There were even more experts here than Fengyun Mountain. At this moment, many people were discussing. Lu Ming is really powerful. Even Murong Qiushui is no match for him. Looks like there's going to be a change in the God King list. The first place is Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming has only been here for a few hundred years. This record is really amazing. I don't think anyone will be able to break it for a long time. This time, the Mountain Lord of the Mountain has attacked. Lu Ming could be killed. I don't know if Lu Ming will come looking for trouble. The Mountain Master is hiding in the famed mountain. That Lu Ming shouldn't dare to come. These people were discussing, but in the next moment, their eyes widened. That was because a figure was walking in the sky from afar. His cold killing intent was not concealed at all, causing the air to seem as if it was about to freeze. Someone exclaimed. Don't be nervous. He is the Mountain Lord of Fengyun Mountain. He won't dare to kill his way into our 6 Min Mountain. Otherwise he will be violating the rules. Someone shouted to calm the enforcers down. Feng Wuqi, get out here. Lu Ming's shout was like rolling thunder, causing the entire 6 Min Mountain to vibrate. In the depths of the 6 Min Mountain, Feng Wuqi was recuperating in seclusion. In the previous battle, he had been injured by Lu Ming and Blue Merchant. His injuries were not light, so he had to take the time to recuperate. Then Lu Ming's voice was heard. "Damn it, Lu Ming." Feng Wuqi opened his eyes and roared angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, but they were also filled with fear. Lu Ming had condensed the primordial divine blood. If he used all his strength, he could definitely kill Feng Wuqi. "Mountain Lord, this is bad. Lu Ming is here. He is shouting outside the mountain and wants to challenge you. Someone came to report." "Ignore him. He doesn't dare to come in. He can only roar outside," Feng Wuqi said with a gloomy face. "Yes, that person left." However, not long after that person left, he ran in again in a panic and shouted, "Mountain Lord, this is bad. Lu Ming is here. He rushed into the 6-Min Mountain and no one can stop him." "What? How dare he? He is the Mountain Lord of Fengyan Mountain. It is against the rules to barge in like this. Quick, inform the Guardian." Feng Wuqi roared. Yes, that person went out immediately. However, after a while he came back with an even more shocked face. "Mountain Lord, this is bad. The Guardian is not here. We can't find him." "What? Damn it." Feng Wuqi roared. "Wasn't the Guardian always here? Why wasn't he here now?" "Feng Wuqi, get out here and fight with me." At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard again. This time, Lu Ming was right outside the cave where Feng Wuqi was cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming had already fought his way here. Damn it, Feng Wuqi roared in his heart. At the same time he was worried sick. However, since Lu Ming was already at the door, he could only go out. Gritting his teeth, Feng Wuqi got up and walked out of the cave. When he walked out of the cave, he saw Lu Ming standing outside the cave with his hands behind his back. His face was cold. He was surrounded by people from the 6-Min Mountain, but no one dared to make a move. "Lu Ming, why are you here at the 6-Min Mountain?" Feng Wuqi shouted coldly. "Of course I'm here for you. What? You ganged up with so many people to deal with me. Are you going to let it go?" Lu Ming said coldly. "Lu Ming, don't be rash. This is the 6-Min Mountain. You are the Mountain Lord of Fengyan Mountain. According to the rules, you are not allowed to make a move on other famous mountains. Do you understand?" Feng Wuqi shouted. Now he could only use the rules to suppress Lu Ming. "I understand. So what? I'm going to make a move." Lu Ming sneered and stepped out. A violent aura shot up to the sky. He grabbed the air with his right hand and the Overlord's spear appeared in his hand. "How dare you?" Feng Wuqi shouted. Boom. What welcomed him was a dazzling spear radiance that pressed down on him like a mountain. Feng Wuqi shouted and turned into his primordial divine body to resist. However, Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him this time. He used all his strength to crush him. After a few breaths, Feng Wuqi was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His body kept twitching and many of his bones were broken. It was a horrible sight. "Don't kill me." Feng Wuqi was really scared. He was scared to death and his body kept shaking. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him directly. "I'm too lazy to kill you. Hand over your storage ring." Lu Ming walked over and took Feng Wuqi's storage ring under Feng Wuqi's pleading eyes. Then he left without looking back. Arg! Feng Wuqi let out a heart-wrenching scream. The storage ring contained all his wealth. He had been in this world for tens of thousands of years and had accumulated a shocking amount of primordial divine crystals. But now they were all gone. Not a single piece was left for him. He even had the urge to die. After Lu Ming left, he continued to head to another famous mountain without stopping. Chapter 3468. Soon Lu Ming came to the next famous mountain. Not long after, the owner of this mountain was also beaten to a pulp. His storage ring was also taken away by Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming went all the way and visited all the famous mountains. All the owners of the famous mountains were beaten half to death and had their storage rings taken away. It was the same even for a stunning beauty like Feng Qingxue. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He did not have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. He directly attacked and took away the storage ring. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's name shook the world and shocked everyone. He had visited all the famous mountains and taken away all the storage rings of the owners. This had never happened in history. Moreover, none of the guardians stepped forward. Everyone knew that this was tacitly approved by the guardians or the law enforcers. Everyone was even more shocked. There are so many primordial divine gems. It should be enough. Lu Ming was full of smiles. The number of primordial divine gems was astonishing. In total, it was definitely hundreds of millions. Lu Ming was finally in a better mood. Before 7 days were up, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the 14th mountain. The 3 law enforcers looked at Lu Ming strangely. In the past few days they had received the news and knew what Lu Ming had done. This guy is really petty. We can't let him think about us. The three law enforcers muttered in their hearts. They could not help but feel a little scared. Lu Ming had infinite potential and would definitely surpass them in the future. If he came here again one day, would he cause trouble for them? At the thought of this, the three of them shuddered. Then they put on smiles and asked about Lu Ming's well-being to express their affection. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, are these three old guys crazy? Lu Ming will see you out. Remember to come back if you have the chance in the future. One of the law enforcers said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded silently. Then he and Blue Merchant followed the three law enforcers and left. Not long after they came to a strange place. Here the space was constantly distorted, and there were more than a dozen huge vortexes that kept spinning. At a glance, Lu Ming knew that this was a space passage. This world has been set up by a supreme expert. It's very special. You can step into any vortex, but when you came in, your life imprints have been recorded. As long as you step into the vortex and leave this place, you will automatically return to the place where you came from. One of the law enforcers said. I see. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. It was no wonder that they wanted to return to where they came from. Lan Shu, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Blue Merchant. Lu Ming, you. Blue Merchant still wanted to persuade Lu Ming. If they left this place, they would return to the barbarian race's territory. Although it had been more than 100 years since they came in, who knew if the barbarian race was still guarding there? If they were still guarding there, it would be dangerous for them to go out. Lan Shu, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. He naturally knew what Blue Merchant wanted to say. Before Blue Merchant could finish, he had already stepped forward and stepped into a vortex. Blue Merchant sighed helplessly and followed him into that vortex. In a flash, the two of them disappeared. The familiar feeling of traveling through the void came again. Not long after, the void trembled, and Lu Ming and Blue Merchant appeared in the starry sky of the universe. We're back. Lu Ming took a deep breath. As soon as they returned, Lu Ming felt that the pressure on his body disappeared without a trace. He felt that his body was full of power, as if he could shatter a star with a punch. But the two of them immediately tensed up and looked around. There was no one. There was only a boundless starry sky around them. There were no living creatures and no barbarian race. Did the barbarian race leave? Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were delighted. It was not impossible that the barbarian race had left after so many years. Let's leave this place quickly. How could the two of them miss such a good opportunity? They quickly rushed in a certain direction. But in the next moment, a powerful aura spread out in front of them. It pressed down on them from all directions, and the entire starry sky trembled. Not good. Lu Ming's and Lan Shang's expressions changed drastically. They quickly stopped in their tracks. In front of them, the void rippled. Then a burly figure appeared. Barbarian race. A barbarian race powerhouse. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, this was a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Moreover, he was not an ordinary first-level or second-level Divine Lord figure. The barbarian race people were still there. The two of them's hearts started to sink. It's been so many years. I didn't expect that it would be them who came out first. A voice came from behind. Following that, a powerful aura rose up. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked back. Several figures also appeared behind them. Each and every one of them had a strong aura. All of them were barbarians. There were more than a dozen barbarians. It looked like they were all Divine Lord Realm barbarians. They were surrounded. More than a dozen barbarians stood in all directions, sealing off all of their escape routes. Looks like we can only go all out. Lu Ming, if there's a chance later, you have to seize the opportunity and escape. After Blue Merchant finished speaking, his glabella suffused with a resplendent brilliance. Following that, rays of divine light emerged on his body, revolving around him. Powerful soul force radiated out. This is soul force. What a powerful soul force. A person without a star core actually has such terrifying soul force. Some barbarians exclaimed. Kill? Blue Merchant gave a cold cry and suddenly rushed in a direction. Divine light was like a heavenly blade, slashing toward the barbarian race in that direction. Making a move against me first? Looks like you've found the wrong person. This barbarian race person sneered and blasted a punch out. Bang. The void shook violently, being punched through. The terrifying fist force blasted toward Blue Merchant. The divine light that Blue Merchant attacked out directly exploded. You're a 5th-level Divine Lord. Blue Merchant's expression changed wildly. Blue Merchant's cultivation back then was extremely profound. far above 5th level Divine Lord. Now his soul force was even more astonishing. He naturally saw through the other party's cultivation realm at a glance. Although his current soul force was equivalent to the Divine Lord realm, it was at most equivalent to a 1st level Divine Lord. No matter how profound his soul force was, it was also impossible to be a 5th level Divine Lord's match. Swoosh. Blue Merchant immediately changed directions, wanting to rush in another direction. But the barbarian race person in that direction smiled malevolently. Grabbing out with a large hand, a huge palm grabbed toward Blue Merchant. This palm covered heaven and earth, boundlessly terrifying. The soul light that Blue Merchant burst forth directly collapsed. The large hand did not stop, continuing to grab toward Blue Merchant. 6th level Divine Lord. Blue Merchant's expression changed wildly. Then his glabella shone. A fist-sized crystal emerged, emitting a terrifying soul force, wanting to block that large hand. But it was completely useless. A 6th level Divine Lord existence was seriously too strong. With a grab from the large hand, that crystal trembled and flew back into Blue Merchant's glabella. Chapter 3469. The crystal that flew out from Lan Shang's glabella was very mysterious. It complemented his soul power perfectly. It was very mysterious. However, the difference between his cultivation base and that of the barbarian tribe was too big. The barbarian grabbed the crystal and sent it back into Blue Merchant's forehead. The Blue Merchant was enveloped by the huge hand and couldn't move. Lan Shu. Lu Ming was shocked. The tyrant god spear appeared and became one with the spear, turning into a spear light that stabbed at the huge hand. However, it was like an ordinary person holding a wooden sword and stabbing at a steel wall. It didn't leave a single mark. Instead, the rebounding force sent Lu Ming flying. Damn it. The barbarians' experts were too strong. They weren't people they could deal with. This kid's strength isn't bad. Why don't I play with him? At this time, a tall and sturdy barbarian stepped out. He held a battle axe in his hand and grinned. 1st level Divine Monarch realm. Lu Ming could feel that this barbarian's cultivation was at the 1st level Divine Monarch realm. Come. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a profit. Lu Ming said, his killing intent cold. Kill me? Aha, you're only at the 8th level Divine King realm. You sure talk big. Let's see how you're going to kill me. The 1st level Divine Monarch realm barbarian laughed. He stepped out and slashed his battle axe at Lu Ming. An incomparably huge battle axe light filled the sky. It was too big, as if it could split open the sky. Break! Lu Ming roared. He circulated his divine power and poured it into the tyrant god's spear. Then, it turned into a shocking spear light that soared into the sky and pierced towards the battle axe. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The spear and battle axe light trembled at the same time. Then they both collapsed. 4 awakenings of divine power. No, even 4 awakenings shouldn't be this terrifying. The barbarian exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ming was actually evenly matched with him in one move. How was this possible? 8th layer of the Divine King realm could fight against a Divine Monarch realm expert? Furthermore, he had been on the battlefield for a long time and had experienced countless battles. His battle prowess was slightly stronger than ordinary 1st level Divine Lords. Kill? Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the other party. As he rushed out, an even more shocking aura erupted from his body. The battle formula increased his combat power by 5 times. Previously, he had only triggered the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 4 times. After all, 5 times wasn't a 100% success rate. There was still a chance. At the same time, secret skills of the origins appeared continuously around Lu Ming's body. Gate of Domination, Void-Shattering Sword, Sky Demon Blade. These origin source secret techniques all blasted towards the other party. So many source secret techniques. The Goliath roared out in shock. At the same time, he erupted with the full strength of his Divine Lord realm cultivation. He wildly slashed out with his axe, instantly creating over 100 axe lights that cut towards Lu Ming. As these axe lights collided with Lu Ming's source secret technique, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. In the next moment, Lu Ming had already arrived, and the tyrant god's spear slammed down. A series of explosions rang out as the axe lights exploded. The spear directly shot towards the Goliath. The Goliath was shocked and used his axe to block. With a clang, the tyrant god's spear slammed into his axe. With a cracking sound, cracks appeared on his axe. His body violently trembled and he was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into a meteor and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the wind-extinguishing boots and merged them with his feet. With shocking speed he charged at the other party, wanting to kill him. He still hadn't activated the tyrant god spear's power after severing the shackles, nor had he used his primordial god blood. Now wasn't the time. He wanted to find a suitable time to suddenly erupt and see if he could find a chance to charge out. This brat is so strong. 2 more go. A Goliath who obviously had a high status waved his hand. Then 2 more Goliaths rushed over and slashed at Lu Ming with their axes. These 2 Goliaths were also first-level divine lords. The 2 of them joined forces and attacked Lu Ming from the front. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and swept out his spear. The 2 Goliaths also retreated quickly. But with this block, the first Goliath caught his breath and came to the side of the other 2 Goliaths. The 3 Goliaths stood in a row. This brat is really monstrous. Be careful, don't capsize. The Goliath from before said. Join forces and support each other. Kill. The 3 Goliaths joined forces and attacked Lu Ming. The 3 of them seemed to have formed a battle formation and supported each other. Their combat strength was multiplied. Strange, there's no killing intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although these Goliaths were shouting to kill, there was no killing intent on them. Lu Ming was a little puzzled, but he didn't have time to think. He waved the tyrant god spear and rushed towards the Goliaths. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides had a fierce battle, colliding continuously in the air, erupting with horrifying rumbles. This was the power of the Divine Lord realm. Each collision was like a planet exploding, incomparably terrifying. For some time both sides were actually locked in battle. What astonishing combat strength! An old Goliath exclaimed in admiration. Indeed astonishing, but I keep feeling that he hasn't used his full strength yet. Another Goliath said. Hasn't used his full strength yet? The other Goliath's hearts jumped. Already so freakish and he still hadn't used his full strength. Then if he used his full strength, how freakish would it be? Let the second-level Divine Lords go. The person from before said. Really want the second-level Divine Lords to go? A Goliath said. Second-level Divine Lords seem to only be 1 level higher than first-level Divine Lords. But in the Divine Lord realm, the disparity between each level was too great. An existence 1 level higher could easily kill an existence 1 level lower, or even instantly kill. Although Lu Ming was strong, could he contend with a second-level Divine Lord existence? Not like this. How can we force him to use his full strength? Xan Chuan, you make your move. That Goliath from before looked at a middle-aged Goliath. Okay. This middle-aged Goliath was called Xan Chuan. He nodded his head, then took a step out, rushing toward Lu Ming Thayal's battlefield. When he approached, he directly slammed a punch out. A huge fist crushed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying fist pressure made the starry sky tremble wildly. Lu Ming's expression changed, figure retreating wildly. But the other party's fist force howled, its speed astonishing, pressing over. Bang. Lu Ming blocked with the Overlord God Spear. His body trembled wildly, and he was blasted out several 100,000 miles. All the muscles and bones in his body trembled. A stinging pain came from his wrist, bones almost breaking. Second-level Divine Lords, so strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Second-level Divine Lords were too strong. Although he could contend with 3 first-level Divine Lord existences, facing off against a second-level Divine Lord existence, he was absolutely not a match. Looks like wanting to preserve strength won't work. Lu Ming thought in his heart. He still wanted to preserve strength and suddenly erupt, catching the other party by surprise. But now it could not. Facing off against a second-level Divine Lord, if he did not use his trump card, he would probably be directly killed by the other party. Chapter 3470. All of you retreat. Leave this person to me. Barbarian second-level Divine Lord Expert Xan Chuan said. The 3 first-level Divine Lord Barbarians nodded and retreated. You're very powerful. What trump cards do you have? Use them all. Xan Chuan looked at Lu Ming and said seriously. If I use them, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and suddenly charged towards Xan Chuan. With the support of the wind-extinguishing boots, his figure was as fast as lightning. With a swoosh, he rushed across hundreds of thousands of miles of space. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from the Overlord God's spear. With a sweep of the spear, a world-shaking spear light pressed towards Xan Chuan. The power was much more shocking than before. This is an origin source secret technique to sever the shackles. On the side, some barbarians' faces changed wildly as they roared in shock. They were experienced and could naturally tell at a glance that Lu Ming's origin source secret technique had already severed the shackles. This was too shocking. In the Divine King realm, those who could comprehend an origin source secret technique were geniuses among geniuses. As for severing the shackles, it was too difficult and simply unbelievable. He severed the shackles. Xan Chuan also revealed a look of shock. Then he revealed an even stronger fighting spirit. Divine power erupted from his body as he punched out. Boom. The starry sky within a radius of several million miles shook violently. A terrifying fist force blasted towards Lu Ming. Wherever the fist force passed, the void exploded and a void passage was blasted open. Boom. The Overlord God's spear and the fist force collided, erupting with a terrifying roar. The terrifying force swept across a radius of several million miles and even extended into the distant starry sky. Following that, the Overlord God's spear trembled incessantly and became bent. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly, crashing into a meteorite that was several tens of thousands of miles in diameter. This meteorite directly exploded into pieces. Second-level Divine Lord Realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's face was solemn. Although he activated the power of the Overlord God's spear, he was still not a match for a second-level Divine Lord Realm. The gap between first-level Divine Lords was too great. It was impossible to rely on an origin source secret technique to sever a shackle to fight across realms. This was unrealistic. Severing one shackle only gave him a slight ability to resist. Otherwise, this move would have seriously injured him or even killed him. You've severed one shackle with your origin secret technique. Your battle prowess is indeed astonishing, but it's still not enough to contend against me. Do you have any other trump cards? Bring them out. Xin Ka said. Of course, Xinchuan was just joking. He still had a trump card? How was that possible? This was already monstrous enough, alright? At the side, the other barbarian race experts also smiled and shook their heads. You still had a trump card? Was that even possible? An 8th-layer Divine King Realm Cultivator could block a 2nd-layer Divine Monarch Realm Cultivator's attacks without dying. He didn't even suffer heavy injuries. This was already unbelievable. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. A God Lord had an overwhelming advantage against a God King. No matter how many God Kings there were, it was useless. A single slap could kill a large number of them. When a godly king met a godly monarch, there was only one path: death. But now, a mere 8th-layer Divine King Realm Cultivator was able to suppress a 1st-layer Divine Lord, and he could even hold his own against a 2nd-layer Divine Lord. This defied common sense. At this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then Lu Ming's body started to grow crazily. Lu Ming activated the ancient god body and turned into a divine dragon. The divine dragon grew rapidly and turned into a divine dragon with 9 claws. It was a few million meters long and emitted a terrifying aura. All the barbarian race experts were stunned. Their eyes widened and they were tongue-tied. Just now they were just casually talking. They never thought that Lu Ming would still have a trump card. Moreover, he turned into a divine dragon that was a few million meters long and emitted a terrifying aura. 9-clawed dragon. He turned into a 9-clawed dragon. What kind of secret technique is that? No, it's not a 9-clawed dragon. It looks like a primordial divine dragon. Could it be a primordial divine body? How could there be such a terrifying primordial divine body? The barbarian race experts were stunned. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a terrifying primordial divine body. Go! Lu Ming shouted. One of his dragon claws grabbed the Overlord Divine Spear and whipped it toward Xen Chuan. At the same time, another dragon claw grabbed the Gate of Domination, another dragon claw grabbed the Void-Shattering Sword, and another dragon claw grabbed the Heavenly Demon Blade. Especially the immemorial Divine Dragon Horn. It merged with the dragon horn on Lu Ming's head and emitted a blade light that slashed toward Xen Chuan. A series of attacks rained down on Xen Chuan like a storm. Xen Chuan's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. An axe appeared in each of his hands. With a loud shout, his body rapidly expanded and transformed into the barbarian god body. However, his barbarian god body was at most equivalent to the 5th transformation. Although any genius from the primordial divine spirit world would have a 6th, 7th, or even 8th transformation of the primordial divine spirit body, that was because they were rare geniuses who stayed in that world to cultivate. In the outside world, it was extremely rare to see a primordial divine body reach the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation was equivalent to the green-armored ancient god body. At the same time, the two axes slashed out continuously. This was the sky-splitting axe skill. It was a terrifying attack secret skill of the barbarian race. Its power could split the sky. The attacks from both sides collided. In an instant they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Every collision was like a star exploding. It was as if hundreds of stars had exploded in the starry sky. It was a spectacular scene. After hundreds of collisions, a figure retreated quickly. It was Xian Chuan. He retreated hundreds of thousands of miles before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming's huge body twisted and turned. At most, he retreated hundreds of thousands of miles. The winner was obvious. Lu Ming had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. Amazing. Again. Xian Chuan shouted. He waved his axes and charged at Lu Ming again. However, his body size was too different from Lu Ming's. He was just a small dot. Lu Ming twisted his body and charged at him. The Overlord God's spear turned into a dazzling spear light and stabbed at his opponent. Clang. Xian Chuan blocked the attack with his battle axe. However, his arm trembled and the battle axe almost flew out of his hand. He shouted and slashed at Lu Ming with his other axe. However, it was blocked by the saber gleam that burst forth from the dragon horn on Lu Ming's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian Chuan's body swayed. He used his movement skill and circled behind Lu Ming to attack. Lu Ming's body was huge. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming with his agility. Sure enough, Lu Ming did not react in time. He was swept by his opponent's axe light. The scales on his body were almost cut open and he felt a burning pain. Sure enough, after transforming into the primordial divine dragon body, although I can unleash 100% of my power, I am not as agile. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 3471. In his divine dragon form he could unleash 100% of his strength, but his agility was affected. In his human form, although he couldn't unleash 100% of his speed and agility were much faster. Both had their pros and cons. At this moment Lu Ming needed speed. With a thought, Lu Ming's body shrunk into his human form. He swept out his Overlord Divine Spear and clashed with Xian Chuan's axe. There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming and Xian Chuan retreated at the same time. But in the next moment the two of them clashed again. Lu Ming integrated the Wind Destroyer boots with his feet and his speed was amazing. He turned into a light shadow and attacked Xian Chuan. At this moment his speed was above Xian Chuan's. The spear radiance moved around as though there were countless Lu Ming attacking Xian Chuan. In an instant, there were spear radiances piercing towards Xian Chuan from all directions. Xian Chuan waved his two axes and resisted with all his might. At this moment he could only defend himself and couldn't fight back. Xian Chuan is no match for him. The other barbarians were shocked. An 8th realm divine king was so strong. They had lived for so long and had never heard of such a thing. Should we let a 3rd realm divine king try? Said an old barbarian. When he said this he felt that he was crazy. How could a 3rd layer divine monarch god deal with an 8th layer divine king god? No need. Right at this moment, a deep voice resounded. It came from space, and then space rippled like a wave before a robust figure suddenly appeared. It was a middle-aged man covered in a layer of scales. There was a horn on his forehead and he looked like a humanoid crocodile. Marshal. When the barbarians saw the man, they bowed respectfully. You are Etian? When Lan Shang saw this middle-aged man, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief as if he was very surprised. When the middle-aged man appeared, Xian Chuan retreated quickly and distanced himself from Lu Ming. He stopped attacking. Lu Ming didn't chase after him. He instinctively felt that the middle-aged man was terrifying and his strength was unfathomable. It was the same feeling he had when facing the imperial tutor. The middle-aged man looked at Blue Merchant and waved his hand. The barbarian immediately let go of Blue Merchant. Teacher Lan, I didn't think that we would meet again after so many years. The middle-aged man smiled and walked over to give Blue Merchant a hug. Teacher Lan? This is? Lu Ming was a little confused. The barbarians seemed to be very respectful towards this man. It could be seen that he was an important figure among the barbarians. However, this man seemed to be very familiar with Blue Merchant. He didn't have any hostility and even hugged him. What was going on? And he even called him Teacher Lan? Etian, have you been in the barbarian tribe all these years? Blue Merchant said. That's right. I'm in the barbarian race. I'm the barbarian race's Void Annihilation Marshal. Etian smiled. What? You are the famous Void Annihilation Marshal. Blue Merchant's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming was equally shocked. He had been fighting with the barbarians for so many years. Naturally, he had heard of Void Annihilation Marshal. Void Annihilation Marshal was the commander-in-chief of the barbarian tribe in the war against the Taishu dynasty. His strength was unfathomable. He had fought with the Taishu dynasty for countless years and had killed countless experts from the Taishu dynasty. This man was Void Annihilation Marshal and he knew Blue Merchant? Lu Ming had many questions in his mind. Aha, you didn't expect this, right? When I saw the Dark Ape fighting tribe I felt something was wrong. Teacher Lan, why don't you introduce them to me? Toward the end Tian looked at Lu Ming. Blue Merchant hesitated and looked at the barbarians. Tian smiled knowingly and said, don't worry. Although they are barbarians they are my confidants. They are loyal to me. They are the kind that would risk their lives for me. That's good. Tian, this is Lu Ming, the descendant of the prince. Blue Merchant introduced. The prince he was referring to was Jing Yu. He is indeed the descendant of the prince. Tian's eyes lit up and he laughed wildly. Ah, good. You are indeed the descendant of the prince. Your talent is unparalleled. You are only at the 8th stage of the King God realm but you can fight with the 2nd stage of the King God realm. Even the prince was not as talented as you. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a peerless jewel. Lan Shu, who is he? Lu Ming asked Blue Merchant. Lu Ming, let me introduce him to you. He is Tian. He was one of the 3 war generals under Prince Jing Yu. He was also the leader of the 3 war generals. Blue Merchant said. The leader of the 3 war generals under Jing Yu? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He then cupped his fists and said, Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Aha, you're welcome. Seeing your talent, the prince will be able to rest in peace. Tian laughed. Towards the end, there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were silent. After a while Tian smiled again and said, when I saw the Dark Ape fighting tribe last time, I had my doubts. The Dark Ape fighting tribe is under the command of the prince. Not many people know about it and they do not go to war easily. They hide in the Ghost region. Why would they come out to fight the barbarian tribe this time? I suspected that it was you who had called them out, or perhaps the prince's successor had appeared. Hence, I passed down the order to only capture them alive. Only capture them alive? So they are not dead? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Of course. All these years, I have kept them in a place to cultivate peacefully. Tian explained. Great. Lu Ming could finally put down the huge rock in his heart. All these years, he had thought that his men were most likely dead after being captured by the barbarian tribe. He did not expect them to still be alive. This was a huge surprise. No wonder the barbarian tribe wanted to capture them alive. It turned out that it was the order of the Void Annihilation Marshal. Let's go back to my barracks first, Tian said. With a wave of his hand, a huge battleship appeared. They entered the battleship and arrived at the barbarian tribe headquarters. With Tian leading the way, Lu Ming and the rest entered a huge battleship silently. This battleship belonged to Tian. Without his order no one could enter. Lu Ming saw his men here. When they saw Lu Ming they were overjoyed. Tian, how did you become the Void Annihilation Marshal of the barbarian tribe? In a hall, Blue Merchant asked curiously. Back then the prince was killed unjustly and I was surrounded. In the end I desperately escaped. It took me tens of thousands of years to recover from my injuries. However, I had to take revenge. I didn't mind it but the prince died unjustly. I wanted them to pay the price. However, with my strength alone I couldn't take revenge at all. So, I changed my name and joined the barbarian tribe. I joined the army and hunted the people of the Taishu dynasty. Then, step by step, I became the Void Annihilation Marshal. I wanted to borrow the power of the barbarian tribe to make the Taishu dynasty pay the price. Tian's eyes were filled with deep hatred. Chapter 3472. Hearing Tian's explanation, everyone understood. Tian had escaped with serious injuries. After recovering he came to the barbarian tribe. He wanted to use the barbarian tribe's power to avenge Jing Yu. He had been fighting with the Taishu Holy Dynasty all these years, and that was how he had become the Void Destroyer Marshal. Tian, if you want to avenge the prince, using the barbarian tribe's power is just a bad idea. Blue Merchant said. Oh, does Master Lan have a good plan? Tian asked. The barbarian tribe's strength is far from the Taishu dynasty. In fact, they are a little weaker. If you want to rely on the barbarian tribe to avenge the prince, you can only kill some unimportant people. It's impossible to reverse the case for the prince and punish the people who framed him. Blue Merchant said. Tian frowned. He knew that Blue Merchant was right. Although he was the Void Destroyer Marshal and commanded thousands of troops, He could only fight against the Taishu dynasty's army. No matter how many troops he killed, it was useless. The Taishu dynasty was so vast. No matter how many troops he killed, there would be an endless stream of troops. However, it didn't affect the core members. With his combat power, it was impossible for him to kill his way to the Taishu dynasty. Although his combat power was strong, there were many in the Taishu dynasty who could match him. If you want to avenge the prince, you have to do it from within the Taishu dynasty. Find out the truth from within, kill the enemy, reverse the case for the prince, and prove the prince's innocence. Blue Merchant said. How do we do it from within the Taishu dynasty? Tian asked. We have to rely on Lu Ming. Blue Merchant looked at Lu Ming and said, now in the Taishu dynasty, no one knows that Lu Ming is the prince's descendant. With Lu Ming's talent, he will rise quickly. He is now the governor of the general's residence. As long as his strength continues to rise, he will become the governor of the Heavenly King's residence and become the core of the Taishu dynasty. Then, he will be able to find out the truth and reverse the case for the prince. Tian pondered and said, Master Lan is right. Alright, I will leave with Lu Ming and assist Lu Ming. No, you can't leave. Blue Merchant shook his head. I can't leave? What? Tian was stunned. With his strength, if he assisted Lu Ming secretly, Lu Ming's strength would soar quickly. You stay in the barbarian tribe for the time being. You will be more useful to Lu Ming. With the help of the barbarian tribe, Lu Ming can make more contributions. This way he can improve his strength and status faster. Blue Merchant said. That's right, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Alright, I will stay in the barbarian tribe for the time being and assist Lu Ming secretly. Tian nodded and asked, Master Lan, Lu Ming, when do you plan to leave? As soon as possible. Lu Ming said. Alright, I will arrange it. 3 days later, I will send someone to send you off. Tian said. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, a huge battleship flew in the direction of the Taishu dynasty. Inside the battleship were Tian's trusted subordinates from the barbarian tribe. They were not afraid of being checked by the barbarian tribe. They left the barbarian tribe's territory smoothly and arrived at a remote star region. This star region was barren and lonely. There were not many living creatures at the border between the barbarian tribe and the Taishu dynasty. Everyone, let's part ways here. A burly barbarian said. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then the barbarian tribe left in the battleship. Lu Ming took out a small battleship from the Jinyu scroll. It was a battleship belonging to the Taishu dynasty. He, Blue Merchant, and his subordinates entered the battleship. The battleship started and headed towards the Heavenly Chaos Star region. He wanted to return to the Heavenly Chaos Star region directly. In the battleship, Lu Ming looked at a jade token in his hand. This jade token was given to him by Tian. It was actually a map. On the map, there were a series of locations where the barbarian tribe troops were stationed. Every location of the barbarian tribe troops was clearly marked. With this map, Lu Ming knew the barbarian tribe's troops like the back of his hand. He could defeat them one by one. This was given to Lu Ming by Tian so that Lu Ming could quickly accumulate merits. In addition, Tian also told Lu Ming a secret. Tian had a secret base in the Taishu dynasty. If Lu Ming wanted to contact him in the future, he could pass the message from that secret base. With this, I believe I can be promoted to the Marquis Mansion soon. Lu Ming whispered, revealing a confident expression. After some time, Lu Ming and the others finally returned to the Hidden Dragon Mansion in the Heavenly Chaos Star region. The Mansion Master is back. The Mansion Master is fine. Suddenly, the Hidden Dragon Mansion was in an uproar. They were extremely excited. Yuan Song quickly came out to greet them. Aha, Mansion Master, I knew you would be fine. The Mansion Master is blessed. How could anything happen to him so easily? Yuan Song grinned, his face full of joy. Senior Yuan Song. Lu Ming smiled and greeted Yuan Song and the others. He then looked around and asked, Where's Autumn Moon? Why isn't she here? Is she in seclusion? Normally, when Lu Ming returned after such a long time, Autumn Moon would have come out to see him. Autumn Moon. Hearing Lu Ming ask about Autumn Moon, Yuan Song's face darkened. He didn't dare to look into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He had a bad premonition. What's wrong with Autumn Moon? Tell me. Lu Ming shouted coldly with a commanding tone. He was really anxious. Mansion Master, more than 100 years ago, the 8th Barbarian Exterminating Army sent news that you had died in battle. Miss Autumn Moon panicked and said she didn't believe that you had died in battle. She went to the barbarian tribe's territory alone to look for you. Yuan Song said. What? Lu Ming was shocked and his face turned pale. Autumn Moon went to the barbarian tribe's territory alone? How could that be? With Autumn Moon's cultivation, wouldn't it be dangerous for her to go to the barbarian tribe's territory alone? Yuan Song, why didn't you stop her? Lu Ming shouted with a cold expression. Mansion Master, I did stop her, but I couldn't stop her forever. Miss Autumn Moon sneaked away when I wasn't paying attention. Sigh. Yuan Song sighed helplessly. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming whispered. In fact, he knew that he couldn't stop her. He knew Autumn Moon's personality very well. Although she was obedient in front of him, she was very stubborn. Once she decided on something, no one could persuade her other than him, Lu Yintian or Li Ping. When she heard that Lu Ming had died in battle, she would definitely go to find him. Autumn Moon, you'll be fine. Lu Ming whispered and left immediately. He went to Yitian's secret base in the Taishu dynasty. Now he could only rely on Yitian. He wanted Yitian to help him find out about Autumn Moon in the barbarian tribe. Yitian had great influence in the barbarian tribe. If Yitian couldn't find anything, it would be useless no matter how anxious he was. Even if he went to the barbarian tribe's territory personally, it would be useless. Instead, he would get himself involved. Everything went smoothly. Lu Ming successfully passed the news to Yitian. Now he could only wait. Chapter 3473. A few months later, Lu Ming received news from Yitian. Yitian said that he had sent people to investigate. No one had ever seen Autumn Moon in the barbarian tribe. Yitian said that Autumn Moon might not have gone to the barbarian tribe. He didn't go to the barbarian tribe? What's going on? Lu Ming was confused. With Autumn Moon's character, he would definitely go to the barbarian tribe to find him. If he didn't go, there was only one possibility. Something must have happened along the way, causing him to be unable to go. Where did Autumn Moon go? What happened? Lu Ming's heart was in a mess. He was really worried that something might have happened to Autumn Moon. After half a month, Lu Ming gradually calmed down. It was useless to be anxious. If Autumn Moon was fine, he would definitely come back to find him. Perhaps Autumn Moon had encountered some fortuitous encounter and was cultivating in seclusion somewhere. After all, at their level, it was normal for them to cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Of course, Lu Ming also sent a large number of people to find out where Autumn Moon was. No matter what, I have to continue. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. The next day, Lu Ming and Yuan Song left the Hidden Dragon Mansion and headed to the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion in the Taishu dynasty. That's right. He wanted to go back to the Ghost Den and bring out all the experts of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. It was time to mobilize all the members of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. If he wanted to accumulate more merits, he would have to mobilize more experts. Moreover, he had obtained a large number of primordial divine crystals and primordial spiritual liquid from the primitive divine spirit world. He was going to start cultivating the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Everything went smoothly. Lu Ming returned to the Ghost's Den and told his opinion. The tribe leader of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe, Yuan Huan, immediately gave the order to gather the experts of the tribe. Of course, it would take some time to gather the experts of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe since many of them were cultivating in seclusion. Yuan Huan, have you heard of the primitive divine body? Lu Ming asked. Of course I've heard of the primordial divine body. Yuan Huan said. Does the Nether Ape Battle Clan have a way to cultivate the primordial divine body? Lu Ming said. No. The primordial godly body technique is extremely rare. Moreover, for a special race like us, we must have a suitable physique. Unless we have the primordial godly body secret technique related to the ape race. Yuan Huan said. Secret techniques? That's easy. I happen to have one here. Take it and have a look. Lu Ming took out a secret manual and handed it to Yuan Huan. Lu Ming had obtained this secret technique from a prodigy of the primordial divine spirit world. It was called the King Kong Raging Ape. Primordial divine body secret technique. Yuan Huan received it. His body shivered as he hurried to read it. The more he read, the more excited he became. It's really the secret technique of the primordial divine body, and it's related to the ape species. Yuan Huan was so excited that his face turned red. This kind of secret technique was extremely rare. It could not be found in the entire Taishu dynasty. It's a pity that the conditions to cultivate the primordial divine body are too harsh. It's too difficult to cultivate it successfully. Yuan Huan sighed. The conditions to cultivate the primordial divine body secret technique were too harsh. Only a very small number of exceptional prodigies would be able to cultivate it successfully. Ordinary people would not be able to cultivate it successfully, especially those who were old and had cultivated it for many years. I've obtained a treasure. It might be able to help you awaken the bloodline in your body. It might be helpful for cultivating this secret technique. Lu Ming smiled and took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the primordial spiritual liquid. Lu Ming opened the jade bottle and guided it with his divine power. A drop of primordial spiritual liquid flew out. Instantly, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted. When Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong saw the drop of primordial spiritual liquid, their eyes widened. Although they did not know what the primordial spiritual liquid was, when they saw the drop of primordial spiritual liquid, their blood started to boil. There was a desire in their hearts to obtain this drop of primordial spiritual liquid. This was an instinctive reaction. They instinctively felt that this drop of primordial spiritual liquid would be of great help to them. Warlord, this is? Yuan Huan took a deep breath to calm himself down. This is the primordial spiritual liquid. It was left behind by the primordial divine ape. Lu Ming said. What? The primordial divine ape? Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong exclaimed in unison. The primordial divine ape was a primordial divine spirit. It was the ancestor of all apes. Of course, there might be more than one primordial divine ape. However, as long as it was a treasure left behind by the primordial divine ape, it would be a fatal temptation to apes. Yuan Huan, try consuming this drop of primordial spiritual liquid. Lu Ming said. Okay. Yuan Huan replied with a trembling voice. He did not refuse because he really wanted it. After taking a deep breath, the drop of primordial spiritual liquid flew into Yuan Huan's mouth. Yuan Huan immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. A layer of light appeared on Yuan Huan's body and enveloped him. However, not long after, Yuan Huan suddenly let out a terrifying roar. His body rapidly enlarged and turned into a giant ape. He roared at the sky. A layer of bloody mist appeared on his body and turned into a giant ape. It looked very similar to the dark ape fighting tribe, but its aura was shocking. The bloodline in Yuan Huan's body was stimulated. What's going on? It's the patriarch. What's wrong with the patriarch? Yuan Huan's strange behavior also alarmed the other dark apes. Many of the dark ape battle tribe members rushed over. The patriarch is cultivating. Don't disturb him. Yuan Tsong shouted. Yuan Tsong was the great elder of the dark ape fighting tribe. He had a high prestige in the tribe. When he shouted, the other dark apes stopped. Yuan Huan continued to roar. The giant ape formed by the bloody mist on his body grew larger and more solid. Soon 2 hours had passed. At this time, an earth-shattering aura erupted from Yuan Huan's body. This aura was too terrifying and unfathomable. When it erupted, it felt as if the entire world was shaking. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was difficult to breathe. He was about to be crushed to death by this pressure. Battle Ancestor, be careful. Yuan Tsong pulled Lu Ming and retreated. At the same time, he said with a joyful face, the patriarch is about to break through. Break through? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. The patriarch's cultivation used to be at the peak of the 7th level Divine Lord realm. However, he has been stuck at that level for more than 2 stellar years. I didn't expect that he would use a drop of primordial spirit liquid to stimulate his bloodline and break through the bottleneck. He is about to break through to the 8th level Divine Lord realm. Yuan Tsong explained. 8th level Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In fact, a 7th level Divine Lord realm expert was already a top expert in the Taishu dynasty. For example, the heavenly kings of the 27 heavenly king palaces and some weaker heavenly kings were also 7th level divine lords. An 8th level divine lord realm expert was an expert among experts. Yuan Huan's breakthrough to the 8th level divine lord realm was undoubtedly a great help to Lu Ming. Chapter 3474. Yuan Huan's breakthrough lasted for a full hour before stopping. He ended his cultivation. Whoosh. Yuan Huan took a deep breath, then got up. His eyes sparkled and he seemed to be several decades younger. Yuan Huan, thanks Battle Ancestor for granting my wish. Yuan Huan came in front of Lu Ming and bowed deeply. This time it was all thanks to Lu Ming that he could break through. Originally, he had been stuck at peak 7th level Divine Lord for more than 2 stellar years and might not be able to break through in his lifetime. This time, it was all thanks to Lu Ming's primordial spirit liquid that he could break through in one go. He was sincerely grateful to Lu Ming. Don't mention it. How is it? Can you cultivate the primordial divine body now? Lu Ming asked. After absorbing the primordial spirit liquid, the bloodline in the depths of my body has already been stimulated. Cultivating the primordial divine body is absolutely no problem. Yuan Huan said, glowing with energy. Cultivation breaking through to 8th level Divine Lord, plus cultivating the primordial divine body, his combat strength had skyrocketed by God knows how many times compared to before. From now on, there were extremely few who could defeat him in the Taishu dynasty. Apart from those terrifying existences at 9th level Divine Lord and above, virtually no one could match him. Battle Ancestor. By the side, Yuan Tsong stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes, wanting to speak but hesitating. Haha Yuan Tsong, you naturally won't be left out. Take it. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle, and another drop of primordial spirit liquid flew out. This kind of thing more was useless. One drop was enough. Just like Yuan Huan, one drop stimulated the bloodline in the depths of his body, and at the same time broke through cultivation in one go. But that was because his cultivation was originally at peak 7th level Divine Lord and was just a hair away from breaking through. That was why he could break through. Continuing to refine the primordial spirit liquid now would not have much effect. Many thanks, Battle Ancestor. Yuan Tsong was overjoyed. He received the primordial spirit liquid and swallowed it, then started refining. Half a day later, Yuan Tsong succeeded in refining. Not only stimulated the bloodline in his body, but his cultivation also broke through. Yuan Tsong's cultivation was originally at peak 6th level Divine Lord and was just a step away from 7th level Divine Lord. Like Yuan Huan, when he stimulated his bloodline, his cultivation also broke through in one go. Good. Lu Ming was ecstatic. 7th level Divine Lord in the Taishu dynasty, that was a true top expert. Like the 9 Absolute Heavenly King, 9 Sabers Heavenly King, they were also just 7th level Divine Lord cultivation. In the past, the Nether Ape Battle Tribe's strength was similar to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, but now with Yuan Tsong and Yuan Huan's breakthrough, the Nether Ape Battle Tribe had completely surpassed the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Yuan Huan, Yuan Tsong, bring as many people as you can and follow me to the Heaven Chaos Starfield. Once we're there, we'll choose suitable people to refine the origin spirit liquid. Also take these. Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 storage rings flew towards Yuan Tsong and Yuan Huan. Battle Ancestor, this is the primordial divine crystal. It can help you cultivate the primordial divine body. Lu Ming said. The two of them were greatly shocked, and their eyes revealed a trace of horror. What had the Battle Ancestor experienced during this period of time? How could he have so many treasures? He was even more unfathomable than Jingyu back then. Of course, the two of them were overjoyed. Lu Ming gave Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong 10,000 primordial divine crystals each. It was enough for them to use for a long time. In any case, Lu Ming now had a lot of primordial divine crystals. One had to know that in the primordial divine spirit world, the storage rings of more than 10 mountain lords were in his hands. The total number of primordial divine crystals in them exceeded 1 billion. A few days later, a large number of Dark Ape Battle Tribe members gathered. This time, at least 80% of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe's experts left with Lu Ming. Among them, there were 120 divine lords. In addition to the 11 that followed Lu Ming, there were a total of 131 people. As for the divine kings, there were 100,000. This was a terrifying force. Moreover, Yuan Huan also wanted to leave with them. More than 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members followed Lu Ming and left the Ghost region, heading towards the Heaven Chaos Starfield. A few months later, they arrived at the Heaven Chaos Starfield's Hidden Dragon Mansion. With the addition of this group of experts, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed, surpassing some of the Heavenly King's mansions. Seeing that Lu Ming had brought so many experts with him, those who had previously sided with Lu Ming were dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they were even more determined to follow Lu Ming. After Lu Ming brought the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members to the Hidden Dragon Star, he did not immediately lead them to conquer the barbarian tribe. Instead, he distributed the primordial spiritual liquid for them to refine. Lu Ming had obtained more than 100,000 drops of primordial spiritual liquid. More than 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were enough. In a vast and uninhabited area, the 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were stationed here to refine the primordial spiritual liquid. A few days later, roar. The 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members all stimulated the primordial divine ape bloodline in their bodies. This way they could all cultivate the primordial divine body. Lu Ming was looking forward to seeing more than 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members cultivate the primordial divine body. When the primordial divine body appeared, the 100,000 giant divine apes would struggle in the starry sky. It would probably shock countless people. At the same time, while they were refining the primordial spiritual liquid, a group of Dark Ape Battle Tribe members broke through in their cultivation. This group of Abyssal Ape Battle Tribe members had been stuck at the peak of a certain cultivation level before they were able to make a breakthrough. Not everyone was able to make a breakthrough. This time the breakthrough was shocking. A total of 50 peak Divine Kings had entered the Divine Sovereign realm. 50 Divine Sovereigns had suddenly appeared. It would be shocking if word got out. One had to know that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had only accumulated about 150 Divine Sovereigns over the years. This time there were 50 more. These 50 Divine Sovereigns used to be peak Divine Kings, and they had been stuck at that level for a long time. This time, after they stimulated their bloodline, they broke through in one fell swoop. As for the Divine King realm, many of them had made a breakthrough and increased their cultivation by one level. The overall strength of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had increased by a large margin. Of course, this breakthrough was a one-time thing. It was because the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had been accumulating strength for a long time, and with the stimulation of the primordial spiritual liquid, they had broken through. They would not have such an opportunity in the future. Then Lu Ming distributed the Primordial Divine Crystal and the Primordial Divine Body Secret Skill to each Dark Ape Battle Tribe member. Alright, now half of you will follow me to fight the Barbarian Tribe. The other half will stay here and cultivate the Primordial Divine Body. We will take turns. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members replied loudly, their voices shaking the heavens. Now, all of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were sincerely loyal to Lu Ming. They were willing to fight to the death for Lu Ming. In the end, it was decided that Yuan Huan would stay behind and lead a portion of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members to cultivate, while Lu Ming would lead Yuan Huan and half of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to accumulate merits. Chapter 3475. At the border between the barbarian race and the Taishu dynasty, in a barren galaxy. On this day, a battleship suddenly appeared. According to the map provided by Absolute Etion, there is a barbarian race army stationed here. Let's destroy them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He had found this place based on the map provided by Absolute Etion. There was a barbarian race army stationed here. Lu Ming waved his hand and huge rocks flew out. These were all rest reflection stones. This time, Lu Ming had specially sent people to the Grand Council to get dozens of rest reflection stones. This way he could record their contributions in all aspects. Alright, let's kill. Lu Ming waved his hand. Swoosh, swoosh. More than 50,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe soldiers charged towards the galaxy ahead. Enemy attack. That seemingly desolate galaxy immediately let out a roar, and then a large number of experts flew out from the various planets. There were at least a few 100,000 barbarian race soldiers. The two armies collided in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. In the starry sky there was a terrifying explosion. Then a huge planet exploded. There were Divine Lord realm powerhouses fighting. However, it was obvious that although the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had fewer people, they had the upper hand in terms of combat power. One should know that Lu Ming had brought more than 80 Divine Lords with him this time. Moreover, there was Yuan Tsong, a 7th-level Divine Lord expert. There were also a few 6th-level Divine Lords. In this barbarian race army, the strongest expert was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. Boom. Yuan Tsong attacked. His terrifying fist was shocking. With a punch, thousands of barbarian race soldiers exploded. Regardless of whether they were Divine Kings or Divine Lords, they were all killed in one punch. 7th-level Divine Lord, damn it. Why did the Taishu dynasty send out such a terrifying existence? Also, how did they know that we are here? In the depths of the galaxy, a barbarian race expert roared. He was the commander of this army and had the cultivation of a 5th-level Divine Lord. However, at this moment he was so scared that his face was pale. Commander, this is bad. We can't hold on anymore. More than half of our casualties are about to be killed. A barbarian came to report. Retreat, retreat. The barbarian commander shouted. Retreat? Where do you want to go? A cold voice sounded. The ape had appeared above their heads without them noticing. Oh no. The barbarian commander was terrified to the extreme. Boom. The ape threw out a punch. A gigantic fist that covered the entire sky came crashing down towards the leaders of the barbarian race. As the fist struck down, these people could not withstand it at all. Their bodies exploded one after another. Even that 5th-level Divine Lord barbarian race commander was also the same. 5th-level Divine Lord and 7th-level Divine Lord, the disparity was too great. Under the fist seal pressing down, his body directly exploded. Boom. In the end, the fist mark landed on the planet. An earthquake of a few hundred magnitude occurred on the planet, and huge cracks appeared on the surface of the planet. Then endless lava soared into the sky. Then the entire planet exploded like a brilliant firework. With the death of the leader of the barbarian tribe, the rest of the barbarian tribe had no power to fight back. They were constantly being hunted down. Before long, the entire group of barbarian tribe members had been hunted down. Let's go to the next location, Lu Ming ordered. With Etion's map, Lu Ming had a clear idea of where the barbarian army was stationed. He also knew which route would not be discovered and which would allow him to approach the barbarian army silently. In the next 3 years, Lu Ming led his men to conquer the north and south. In total, they killed 9 barbarian tribe troops, which added up to a few million. This was definitely a great contribution. If he reported this, Hidden Dragon Mansion would definitely be promoted and become a marquee mansion. As for Lu Ming, he would also become a marquee. The last target is Tsangming Galaxy. There is also a barbarian tribe army lurking here. As long as we defeat this barbarian tribe army, we will stop, Lu Ming said. In fact, Lu Ming had killed so many barbarian tribe members over the past few years. The barbarian tribe was shaken and began to withdraw their forces. At the same time, they sent out experts to set up defenses and look for opportunities to counterattack. Hence, there were not many opportunities left. At the same time, Etion could not go overboard. Otherwise, the barbarian tribe would suspect him. After this, it was time to end it. They headed towards Tsangming Galaxy. At the same time, in the starry sky far away from Lu Ming, a group of battleships was flying. This army was the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army of the Taishu dynasty. The commander was Shi Huang, which was the army that Lu Ming and the others were in. I received news that there is a barbarian tribe army lurking in Tsangming Galaxy. Hurry over and eliminate this barbarian tribe army with lightning speed. This will be a great contribution. Do you understand? Shi Huang ordered loudly. Yes. His men accepted the order. Then the battleships rumbled and broke through the sky, heading towards Tsangming Galaxy. After some time, when Shi Huang's fleet approached Tsangming Galaxy, they saw fireworks erupting in Tsangming Galaxy. It was the scene of a planet exploding. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, screams and battle cries resounded in the starry sky. Damn it! Someone beat us to it. Shi Huang's face was ghastly pale. When he received the news, he immediately rushed over. He originally thought that he would be able to get a great contribution. He did not expect someone to beat him to it. Which army are they from? Shi Huang asked. General, the distance is too far and I can't see clearly. I can barely see that the ones attacking the barbarians are giant apes. A deputy general reported. Giant apes. Shi Huang frowned. He could not help but think of Lu Ming. Back then, there were also some dark ape battle race subordinates under Lu Ming who could transform into giant apes. Could it be Lu Ming? Impossible. Shi Huang shook his head and smiled. Lu Ming was already dead. He personally sent Lu Ming into a perilous situation. It could not be Lu Ming. Moreover, even if it was Lu Ming, did he have so many experts under him? One had to know that the barbarian tribe army lurking here had 5th-level divine lords. Could Lu Ming's men deal with them? Humph, how dare you snatch my credit? Let's wait here and see who did it. They will have to pay a price. Shi Huang snorted coldly. Even if it was another army of the Taishu dynasty, he also wanted to get some benefits. The battle did not last for too long. Soon the battle was basically over. Battle Ancestor, there seems to be an army outside Tsangming Galaxy, but it's from the Taishu dynasty. Yuan Zhong reported to Lu Ming. The Taishu dynasty's army? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming frowned, then led his men and flew out of Tsangming Galaxy. Where's your commander? Who is it? Ask him to come out and talk to me. Shi Huang stepped out and his voice could be heard from afar. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes widened involuntarily. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He stared ahead and yelled, Lu Ming, how could it be you? The right wing of the Barbarian Extermination 8th Army, Shi Huang. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. What a coincidence. Chapter 3476. Lu Ming, you're still alive? Shi Huang roared. He was really surprised. He sent Lu Ming to the planet with the wormhole to use Lu Ming as bait. As expected, the planet was besieged by a large number of barbarians. Lu Ming was bound to die under the siege of so many barbarian experts. As for him, the Shui army attacked calmly from behind. True enough, they annihilated many barbarians and gained a lot of credit. Later on, when he recaptured the planet, he did not find any traces of Lu Ming and the rest. He speculated that Lu Ming and the others had probably rushed into the wormhole, but the opposite side of the wormhole was the barbarian territory. Lu Ming would definitely die if he went there. Over the years he had always thought that Lu Ming was dead, but now he suddenly saw him. He was really shocked. "Shi Huang, are you disappointed to see that I'm not dead?" Lu Ming sneered. After all, Shi Huang was the right-wing general of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army. He commanded tens of millions of troops and had outstanding wisdom. He soon calmed down and a few wisps of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Lu Ming, how dare you? Since you're not dead, why didn't you return to the army? Moreover, you sent troops without permission. You've violated the military rules. How should you be punished?" Shi Huang roared. He directly put a big hat on Lu Ming. "Back then you deliberately used me as bait to send me to my death? Now you want me to return to the army? Haha, how shameless you are." Lu Ming responded with a sneer. "How dare you slander me? You're offending your superior. You'll be punished for multiple crimes." Shi Huang roared. "Oh, and then?" Lu Ming spread his hands and looked at Shi Huang with contempt. Lu Ming's action made the cold light in Shi Huang's eyes even more intense. This was a blatant provocation. "Men, take this sinner down and punish him according to military law." Shi Huang gave the order coldly. "Yes." Immediately, 2 generals in iron armor strode forward and dashed toward Lu Ming. These 2 armored generals, their strength was very strong. They were shockingly both first-level Divine Lord cultivation. Their speed was very fast and in the blink of an eye they closed in on Lu Ming. The 2 of them each held a chain and revealed a sinister expression as they roared, "Brat, surrender." As he spoke, he brandished his iron chain and wrapped it around Lu Ming. "Kill him," Lu Ming said calmly. Boom. Next to Lu Ming, a warrior from the Dark Ape Battle Clan stepped out. The void trembled as a metal rod swept towards the 2 armored generals. The iron staff was like a mountain, pressing down on the starry sky. The entire starry sky shook. The power was too terrifying. This Dark Ape Battle Clan member had the cultivation of a 3rd-level Divine Monarch. "How dare you?" The 2 armored generals roared in horror. But in the next moment, the iron cudgel swept over and their bodies exploded, turning them into ashes. 3rd-level Divine Monarchs could kill 2nd-level Divine Monarchs, let alone 1st-level Divine Monarchs. After killing the 2 armored generals, the Dark Ape Battle Clan member returned to Lu Ming's side without saying a word. Shi Huang was stunned. His subordinates were also stunned. It wasn't that he didn't know that Lu Ming had experts in his army. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the barbarian race in Sangming Galaxy. But they didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to kill their people directly. Who were they? The people of the barbarian exterminating 8th Army had a very high status on the battlefield, and Shi Huang was Lu Ming's immediate superior. Not only did Lu Ming kill his own people, but he also killed his superior's people. This was simply audacious to the extreme. Lawless. Lu Ming, this is a serious crime. A crime that deserves to be punished by death. Shi Huang roared. "Oh, and then?" Lu Ming still said the same words, indifferent, contemptuous, and disdainful. Shi Huang trembled with anger and his eyes became colder. "Then I'll sentence you to death." Bang. Finished talking, Shi Huang took a step out. The sky shook violently. The entire starry sky was trembling. An incomparably horrifying pressure pervaded the sky. 6th-level Divine Lord. Beside Lu Ming, the ape whispered. Lu Ming nodded slightly. He wasn't too surprised by Shi Huang's cultivation. He heard that the barbarian exterminating 13 armies, each army's commander-in-chief was in existence above the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. And as the general of the 8th Army's right wing, Shi Huang had a 6th-level Divine Lord realm cultivation. It wasn't surprising. "Come men, kill this sinner together with me." Shi Huang spoke coldly. "Yes." Immediately, several tens of people stepped out and followed Shi Huang. These several dozen people were all Shi Huang's trusted aides. They were also the strongest group of people. They stepped out seemingly slowly, but their speed was actually astonishing. In a blink of an eye, they closed in on Lu Ming and them. Apart from Shi Huang, the rest can live if they stop. Otherwise die. Lu Ming's cold voice spread throughout the sky, but what he got in return was only a wave of ridicule. "Haha, what did this kid say? He wants us to die? This kid has a problem with his head, doesn't take a look at what kind of situation he's in." General Shi Huang personally took action and he can still say these words. His heart is big enough. Behind Shi Huang, some people laughed coldly to no end. Shi Huang was a 6th-level Divine Lord existence. Killing a 5th-level Divine Lord was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Lu Ming could actually still say these words. What was it if not a problem with his head? I'll see how you make me die, kill. On Shi Huang's right side, there was a burly man who was transformed from a giant bear. He gave a loud roar and smacked a palm out toward Lu Ming. Then, a black bear paw blotted out the sky and covered the sun, pressing toward Lu Ming, wanting to smash Lu Ming into minced meat. Horrifying, incomparably horrifying. This giant bear was one of Shi Huang's deputy generals. He had a 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation, no idea how many times stronger compared to a 3rd-level Divine Lord. But, facing such a horrifying palm, Lu Ming's expression remained calm from start to finish. He did not even raise his eyelids. Beside Lu Ming, an old Nether Ape fighting race member made a move. It was not Yuan Tsong, but an elder of the Nether Ape fighting race, a 6th-level Divine Lord existence. He held a giant saber in his hand and slashed out. The saber light slashed out violently, instantly illuminating the universe's starry sky as if it was going to split the starry sky in half. This is a 6th-level Divine Lord. That black bear's eyes widened all at once. His expression changed wildly, nearly frightened to death. He wanted to take back his bear paw, but it was already too late. He only had time to let out a roar of despair. Then saber light flashed, blood light appeared, and a bear paw was chopped off. At the same time, saber light did not stop, slashing toward the giant bear's head. The giant bear never thought that Lu Ming's subordinate actually had a 6th-level Divine Lord existence. Hence, he did not plan on dodging or retreating at all. In fact, even if he was prepared, it was also too late. Pork. The saber light slashed down, directly splitting the giant bear into 2 halves, dying on the spot. Silence. At this moment, the universe's starry sky became deathly silent. Everyone on the right wing of the barbarian exterminating 8th Army opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. A 5th-level Divine Lord Deputy General was actually killed in one move. They thought that they were dreaming. At this moment, Lu Ming reached his hand out, catching a black bear paw in his hand and said, "Today there's bear paw to eat." Chapter 3477. Today there's bear paw to eat. Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out. Only then did Shi Huang react. Lu Ming, your people dare to kill my deputy general? This is my deputy general, this is the deputy general of the barbarian exterminating 8th Army. He has made great contributions to the sacred dynasty, how dare you? Wild Rhino roared hysterically, its eyes turning red. Oh, and then? Lu Ming said that sentence again, downplaying it as if he did something insignificant. Shi Huang nearly vomited blood from anger and roared angrily, "This is a major crime. I'm going to report it to the Crown Prince, report it to the Sacred Emperor, and exterminate your entire family." "Didn't you want to kill me personally just now? Why do you want to report it now?" Lu Ming said with a mocking smile. Shi Huang's expression was grim and ugly. But personally kill Lu Ming? Was that possible? There was actually a 6th-level Divine Lord existence by Lu Ming's side too. This point Shi Huang never dreamed of it. What kind of existence was a 6th-level Divine Lord? In the barbarian exterminating 8th Army, to be able to be the right-wing general, the number of 6th-level Divine Lord existences in the entire barbarian exterminating 8th Army did not exceed 2 fingers. Such a character placed in the entire Taishu dynasty, he was a big shot. One had to know, some heavenly kings of heavenly kings' manners were just 7th-level Divine Lords. This kind of character, as long as he took another step forward, he could be on equal footing with heavenly kings. Such a person, Lu Ming actually had him by his side? And with such a character, it was already impossible for him to want to kill Lu Ming. He could only report it to the Crown Prince and the Sacred Emperor. However, it's already impossible for you to report it. The matter of you screwing me over that day, it's time to settle it today. I'll use your head to offset your sin. Lu Ming's voice became incomparably icy. You want to kill me? Ah, you think that you can do it? Shi Huang laughed loudly. Similarly, a 6th-level Divine Lord, if he wanted to leave, could the other party make him stay? But in the next moment he could not laugh anymore. Behind Lu Ming, several elderly Dark Ape Battle Clan members stepped forward. Their bodies emanated a terrifying aura that locked onto Shi Huang. 6th-level Divine Lords, all of them were 6th-level Divine Lords. 3 6th-level Divine Lords. Shi Huang's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with disbelief. The people from the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army were almost scared to death. Shi Huang's subordinates looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Then they slowly retreated. Did not dare to make a move anymore. Facing 3 6th-level Divine Lords, if they were to make a move, there was only death. What Lu Ming targeted was Shi Huang, not them. How do you have so many experts? Shi Huang roared loudly and was still slightly unable to accept this. This was a 6th-level divine lord, not cabbages that could be grabbed in large handfuls. You talk too much. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming ordered coldly. Go. The 3 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members charged toward the wild rhino. Damn it. The wild rhino roared and turned into a streak of rainbow light, rushing upward. Facing 3 same-level existences, he did not have the heart to continue fighting at all. He could only escape. He wanted to report this to the higher-ups and punish Lu Ming. However, the attacks of the 3 Dark Ape Combat Tribe powerhouses had already arrived, forming an encirclement, blocking all of the wild rhino's escape routes. The wild rhino roared and attacked with all his might. 2 battle sabers appeared in his hands and he slashed out several hundred sabers frenziedly. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides collided continuously. But the wild rhino was not a match at all when fighting 1 against 3. His body trembled violently and he was blasted out. Following that, a Dark Ape Combat Tribe member seized the opportunity and slammed a punch onto the wild rhino's shoulder. The wild rhino gave a muffled groan, his body retreating several tens of millions of miles, spewing out a mouthful of blood. The wild rhino let out a loud roar. His body changed rapidly, turning into a huge rhinoceros. This rhinoceros's fur was green and there was a single horn on its head. He roared loudly and turned into a streak of rainbow light, flying in a direction. That direction was already blocked by a Dark Ape Combat Tribe member. An iron rod smashed toward the wild rhino. Get lost from me. The wild rhino roared. Blazing flames spread out from his body. He was burning his divine power and was going all out. He had no choice but to go all out. He could see that Lu Ming was extremely daring and really wanted to kill him. If he did not go all out, he was afraid that he would really lose his life here. The wild rhino's combat strength was very strong. He fought with the barbarian tribe all year round and had rich combat experience. There were close to 10 6th-level divine lords in the barbarian exterminating 8th army. But the fact that the wild rhino could sit on the throne of the right-wing general meant that he was naturally outstanding. Among those of the same level he was considered strong. Now that he was burning his divine power, his combat strength had become even stronger. Bang! The wild rhino's horn collided with the iron rod of the Dark Ape Combat Tribe member. There was an earth-shattering roar, and the Dark Ape Combat Tribe member's expression changed as he retreated rapidly. How could the wild rhino miss this opportunity? He increased his speed to the maximum and rushed out of the encirclement of the 3 Dark Apes. In an instant he had flown 1,000,000 miles away. Lu Ming, just wait for your death. Just wait for the Crown Prince and the Saint Emperor's punishment. The wild rhino rushed out of the encirclement, heaved a sigh of relief and then roared. He wanted Lu Ming to die miserably. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Was it possible for the wild rhino to escape? When the wild rhino saw Lu Ming's expression, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Then he looked forward and turned pale with fright. This was because there was a figure standing in front of him without him noticing. This figure was none other than Yuan Kong. Get out of my way! The wild rhino roared. The horn on his head shone brightly. His huge body and the horn seemed to have turned into a saber as he rushed toward Yuan Kong. Bang! Yuan Song was very direct and threw out a punch. The huge fist print was extremely fast. Before the wild rhino could react, Yuan Song's fist had already landed on the wild rhino's horn. With a crack, the wild rhino's horn was directly broken. His head shook violently and with a crack, his neck was broken by the terrifying force. His head was almost smashed into his neck. Wild rhino's body retreated rapidly. As he retreated, he coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. 7th level Divine Lord, 7th level Divine Lord. Wild rhino roared in disbelief. His heart was about to explode as he looked at Yuan Song in shock. There was actually a 7th level Divine Lord existence by Lu Ming's side. How was this possible? A 7th level Divine Lord could become an overlord in the Taishu dynasty. How could he join Lu Ming? When the rest of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army's right wing heard wild rhinos roar, they were all dumbfounded. 7th level Divine Lord, that was the realm of their commander. Countless people were trembling in fright. Their faces were pale, afraid that Lu Ming would find trouble with them. Yuan Song, kill him. Lu Ming said coldly. No, you can't kill me. I'm the general of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army's right wing. I've made great contributions to the sacred dynasty. You can't kill me. Wild Rhino roared desperately. His eyes were full of panic. He was afraid. He was really afraid. You've made great contributions to the sacred dynasty. What does that have to do with me? If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Chapter 3478. Lu Ming ordered. Yuan Song stepped out and charged toward Shi Huang. Ah! Shi Huang roared, wanting to escape in another direction. However, 3 6th-level divine lords from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe blocked his escape route. Attack, all of you, attack. Destroy this traitor. This is a military order. Shi Huang roared crazily, wanting to call the people of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army to attack. He brought a lot of people. If they attacked together and triggered a chaotic battle, he might still have a chance to escape. However, no one attacked. The difference in strength was too great. Forget about others, just Yuan Song and the 3 6th-level divine lords alone could destroy all of them. If they attacked, they would be courting death. No one was a fool. You guys are still not attacking? You dare to disobey military orders? You cowards, this is rebellion, this is a serious crime. Shi Huang roared crazily, completely collapsing. His heart was filled with despair and regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom. Yuan Song's fist landed on Shi Huang's body. Shi Huang screamed, and then his body directly exploded, turning into ashes. Shi Huang was killed. The scene was silent. In the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army, everyone held their breaths and their eyes fell on Lu Ming. How would Lu Ming deal with them? I don't want today's matter to spread. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the scene, and his cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. General Lu, don't worry. Today's matter will definitely not spread. That's right, I won't say a word. Immediately many people spoke and nodded. They were really afraid. Lu Ming even dared to kill Shi Huang. He was too bold. Would he care about them? Therefore they were well behaved. Shi Huang died. What do you say when others ask? Lu Ming said. That's simple. We encountered the barbarian race and fought with them. General Shi Huang killed the enemy bravely, but unexpectedly the enemy was too strong. General Shi Huang was killed by a barbarian race powerhouse. Immediately someone shouted. Very well, let's say so. However, I don't trust you. Swear on your life source that you will never leak today's matter. Lu Ming said. This matter couldn't be leaked out for the time being. After all, Shi Huang was the right-wing general of the 8th Barbarian Extermination Army. If others knew that Shi Huang was killed by him, it would be difficult to explain. However, he couldn't kill so many people in the right wing of the 8th Barbarian Exterminating Army. Many people were hesitant. It's fine if you don't want to swear. Go accompany your general, Desolate Rhino. Lu Ming's voice was ice-cold. There were definitely Shi Huang's trusted aides here. If he didn't swear, these people would most likely spread the news. I swear. I swear as well. Immediately, a large group of people swore. The Dark Ape Battle Clan's experts supervised the process until everyone had sworn their oaths. Scram. Lu Ming waved his hand. The right wing of the 8th Barbarian Exterminating Army felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They boarded their battleships and left. Let's go back. Lu Ming waved his hand and left with the Dark Ape fighting tribe. After some time they returned to the Hidden Dragon Star. When they returned, Lu Ming asked all the Dark Ape Battle Clan members to cultivate their primitive divine body in peace on the Hidden Dragon Star. Lu Ming was also waiting there for news about the Mid-Autumn Moon. During this period he constantly sent people out to investigate the Mid-Autumn Moon. At the same time, Tian also sent people to continue the investigation. Once there was any news they would inform Lu Ming. Just like that, time flew by. Soon 10 years had passed. After 10 years, there was still no news about the Mid-Autumn Moon. There was no news from the Taishu dynasty or the barbarian tribe. Mid-Autumn Moon, I believe that you will be fine. Lu Ming sighed softly. At this time he planned to head to the Taishu sacred capital to submit his merits. With his accumulated merits, it was enough to promote the Hidden Dragon residence from the general's residence to the Marquis residence. Once it was promoted to the Marquis residence, more people would seek refuge with him. In these 10 years, the Dark Ape Battle Clan elite's cultivation was also on the right track. With the help of a large number of primordial divine crystals, the Dark Ape Battle Clan members' primitive divine body and King Kong Violent Ape Battle Clan members' primitive divine body had improved tremendously. The main reason was that the Dark Ape Battle Clan's physique was too compatible with the King Kong Violent Ape's secret skill. In addition, the primitive spiritual liquid had stimulated the primordial divine ape bloodline in their bodies. Their cultivation was constantly improving. In just 10 years, many of the Dark Ape Battle Clan members had cultivated the primitive divine body to the second transformation. Now that the Dark Ape Battle Clan's cultivation was on the right track, Lu Ming could go to the Taishu sacred capital without worry. Of course he would not go alone. He would bring along a group of elites from the Dark Ape Battle Clan. As usual, Yuan Tsong followed him while Yuan Huan guarded the hidden dragon star. On a mountain peak, Blue Merchant sat alone with his legs crossed. His body was covered by a layer of light, which made him look sacred and mysterious. This was the power of his soul. At the same time, there was a crystal that floated above Blue Merchant's head, emitting a mysterious light. Lan Shu's soul power has improved again. It seems like he's about to enter the second level of the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming exclaimed. He had never seen a person with such a powerful soul power. Moreover, the speed of improvement was so fast. Nonsense. With the help of the Soul Mother, of course his soul power would improve quickly. Moreover, this kid's talent in the soul is already amazing. Guillemot said. Soul Mother? Is it that crystal? Lu Ming was stunned. He remembered that Blue Merchant did not have it in the past. He guessed that it was because Blue Merchant had a fortuitous encounter in the primordial divine spirit world that allowed his soul power to break through. That's right. The Soul Mother is a rare treasure in the world. It's extremely precious and rare even in the primitive universe. It's a treasure that can extend one's life. Guillemot said. The Soul Mother can extend one's life? Lu Ming was puzzled. Of course. Do you know why a person's life is limited? A divine king can only live for 5 stellar years at most and a divine lord can only live for 10 stellar years at most. It's not because their physical body has decayed but because their soul has withered away. Guillemot explained. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. When one's cultivation reached the divine king or divine lord realm, it was almost impossible for their physical body to decay unless too much time had passed. For example, a few dozen stellar years, a few hundred stellar years, etc. For example, a divine lord realm expert's physical body was incomparably strong. This was especially so for experts who cultivated physique secret techniques. Their physical body was indestructible and wouldn't decay after 10 stellar years. Then why did a divine lord realm expert only have a lifespan of 10 stellar years? It was because the soul had withered away. When the soul withered, one's life would naturally come to an end. Do you understand now? The Soul Mother has an extremely mysterious effect on the soul. It can allow the withered soul to burst with vitality. Once the soul bursts with vitality, its lifespan will naturally be extended. In fact, many treasures that can increase one's lifespan are used to enhance the soul. Guillemot continued to explain. Chapter 3479. That's why this Soul Mother can't be leaked. Otherwise, many old monsters will fight over it. However, there aren't many people who know about the Soul Mother, so you can rest assured. Guillemot continued. As the two chatted, Blue Merchant sensed Lu Ming's arrival and ended his cultivation. The Soul Mother flew into his glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming, you're going to the Great Void Sage capital, right? Blue Merchant got up and floated over. Lan Shu, you're really good at predicting things. I want to ask Lan Shu, are you going back to the Great Void Sage capital? Lu Ming asked. Of course I'm going back. It's time to see Ling. Blue Merchant said. All these years, Lan Ling had been cultivating in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. This girl was very outstanding. She cultivated desperately so that she could surpass Lu Ming while Lu Ming was fighting outside. Alright, let's go together then. Lu Ming smiled. A day later they set off. After a long journey, Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Sage capital. The moment Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Sage capital, the news immediately spread. After all, there were many rumors that Lu Ming had died on the battlefield. Now that he had returned, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Sage capital and did not stop. He directly led his men to the Grand Council, intending to submit his merits first. The Grand Council was very large. The area of the hall was very shocking and could accommodate tens of millions of people. It was extremely majestic. After all, it was handling the military affairs of the entire Taishu dynasty, so it was naturally very large. Moreover, there were a lot of people. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out. Look, isn't that Lu Ming? It's indeed Lu Ming. I heard that he died in battle. So it was just a rumor. Now he's here to submit his merits, right? Speaking of which, this Lu Ming is really impressive. He's so young and has already been promoted to the general's residence. The moment Lu Ming walked into the main hall, he was recognized by many people. Isn't it just being promoted to the general's residence? What's so great about that? At this moment, a cold and disdainful voice sounded. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the voice and saw a young man leading 7 or 8 people over. Is Lin Ke? Is Lin Ke? Lin Ke, one of the 9 great generals. Seeing this young man, many people's expressions changed and some people exclaimed. The 9 great generals? Lu Ming muttered. Among the younger generation of the Taishu Holy Dynasty, the 9 great generals were the most powerful of the bunch. The 9 great general stars were all top-notch geniuses. However, none of the people who had entered the Great Void Imperial Academy at the same time as Lu Ming had ascended to the 9 great general stars. Each of the 9 great generals was slightly older than Lu Ming's group. 3 of them were students of the previous batch of the Great Void Imperial Academy, and these 3 were the top 3 geniuses at that time. As for the other 6, they were not students of the Great Void Imperial Academy, but geniuses secretly cultivated by the royal family. That's right, among the 9 great general stars, only 3 of them had ascended to the Great Void Imperial Academy. As for the students of the previous batch of Great Void Imperial Academy students, they had already exceeded the age limit and were no longer an exception. Every time the Great Void Imperial Academy was held, a large number of geniuses would join, including members of the royal family. There would even be princesses and princes who would enter the Great Void Imperial Academy to cultivate. For example, Jingyu back then. However, every time the royal family would secretly search for a group of top-notch geniuses and secretly cultivate them. They would also invest a lot of resources. Every time, the geniuses secretly cultivated by the royal family would give birth to some amazing people. For example, in the previous batch of Great Void Imperial Academy students, there were 6 peerless geniuses. Only 3 of the Great Void Imperial Academy students could compare to them. Lin Ke was one of the 3 great general stars of the Great Void Imperial Academy, and he ranked 3rd in the Great Void Imperial Academy. At the same time, Lin Ke and the Crown Prince seemed to have a good relationship. Some people guessed that Lin Ke had already sided with the Crown Prince. In an instant, some information flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lin Ke walked over with a group of people. When he was not far away from Lu Ming, he sneered and said, "Lu Ming, you're here to submit your merits too?" "Of course." Lu Ming replied indifferently. "Kid, what's with your attitude? The chief is your senior." A burly man behind Lin Ke shouted. The chief he was referring to was naturally Lin Quebec. Lin Ke had already established his own residence and family. Moreover, it was said that Lin Ke was about to be promoted to the marquis residence. Lin Ke waved his hand and the burly man kept quiet. "Lu Ming, I heard that you were promoted to the great general's residence quite early. However, it's not difficult for a soldier's residence to be promoted to the great general's residence. Sometimes if you're lucky you can do it. If you want to continue to gain merits, you still need to be strong and have a group of strong subordinates. You think you can do it with just these monkeys?" "Ah." Lin Ke glanced at Yuan Tsong and the others behind Lu Ming and smiled disdainfully. Yuan Tsong and the others had concealed their aura very well. Therefore, Lin Ke and the others could not see their cultivation realms at all. "This kid." Yuan Tsong's eyes turned cold. He revealed a ferocious look and was about to attack. Lu Ming raised his hand and stopped Yuan Kong. "Why bite back when a mad dog bites you?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Chief is right." Yuan Tsong glanced at Lin Ke in disdain and sneered. Lin Ke's eyes darkened. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Lu Ming, you're here to submit your merits." "So am I." "There's no point in talking nonsense. Let's see who can accumulate more merits." Lin Ke sneered. "Not interested," Lu Ming said indifferently. He then turned and walked towards a huge counter. He was really not interested. With his current vision, he really had no interest in competing with someone like Lin Quebec. After all, they were not on the same level. However, Lin Ke thought that Lu Ming was afraid and did not dare to compete with him. "Humph, you were promoted to the general's residence because of luck. You just happened to have a few Divine Lord subordinates. Now you're showing your tail and don't dare to compete with me." "Ah." Lin Ke sneered. His mocking voice resounded in the hall. He then used his movement technique and rushed towards Lu Ming. He appeared at the counter before Lu Ming and said, "Sir, I want to submit my merits." He did it on purpose. He wanted to submit his merits before Lu Ming. He wanted to show Lu Ming the merits he had accumulated and let Lu Ming know the gap between them. At the same time, he wanted to attack Lu Ming and make him afraid to submit his merits in front of everyone. He wanted to embarrass Lu Ming. Lu Ming was stunned. Then there was an inexplicable sneer at the corners of his mouth. He did not want to embarrass Lin Quebec. Lin Ke wanted to embarrass Lin Quebec. Lin Ke had no reason to refuse. Therefore, Lu Ming stood there motionlessly as he watched Lin Ke submit the military merit. Lin Ke is going to submit his merits. I've heard that Lin Ke has reached the 9th King God layer a long time ago. He's terrifyingly talented. Many strong cultivators have joined him. This time he's here to submit his contribution points. I'm afraid it's not a small matter. That's right. Lin Ke is working for the 3rd Barbarian Extermination Troop. He must have killed a lot of barbarians. Many people whispered. Chapter 3480. On the counter was an old man. This was a big shot of the military council, his strength unfathomable. He swept a glance over Lin Ke indifferently and said, "Take out your resting image stones then." Lin Ke nodded his head. Waving his hand, he took out 6 pieces of resting image stones and handed them to the old man. Then the old man took out 6 miniature array discs and placed the 6 pieces of resting image stones on the array discs. The 6 pieces of resting image stones immediately lit up. One image after another emerged. In the vast starry sky, intense fighting. A large number of powerhouses were fighting. This was precisely the scene of Lin Ke bringing people to fight with the barbarians. It was only to see barbarians fall in front of them one after another. So impressive, those are terrifying 3rd-level Divine Lord powerhouses, right? Right, there are even 4th-level Divine Lords. 1 4th-level Divine Lord, 3 3rd-level Divine Lords, this is the combat power under Lin Ke's command? Indeed astonishing. The military council's resting image stones were very peculiar. From the images on the resting image stones, one could determine the cultivation realm of the people in the images. They could tell that there was 1 4th-level Divine Lord and 3 3rd-level Divine Lord existences under Lin Ke's command. Lin Ke's talent was very high. There were naturally many powerhouses relying on him. It was only to see one barbarian after another being killed by Lin Ke's people. So astonishing, I took a look. There were 2 3rd-level Divine Lord powerhouses killed by them from start to finish. To be exact, there are 2 3rd-level Divine Lords, 5 2nd-level Divine Lords and 11 1st-level Divine Lords. A total of 18 Divine Lord realm powerhouses. As for Divine Kings, I don't even know how many of them there are. This is a great merit, a heaven-shaking great merit. This is enough for Lin Ke's family mansion to be promoted to the Marquis Mansion. The 9 great general stars well deserving of their reputation. The surrounding people looked at the images in the air, marveling endlessly. Lin Ke looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "See that? What's a powerhouse? Just based on those few monkeys that you brought, how can they compare?" Finished talking, he even looked at Yuan Tsong and the rest behind Lu Ming very disdainfully. "Indeed can't compare." Lu Ming nodded his head very seriously. "Ah." Lin Ke laughed heartily, thinking that Lu Ming had finally recognized the reality and realized the gap between them. "Not bad, not bad. With these merits and the ones you've made before, I think you can be promoted to the Marquis Mansion. I will report these merits to my superiors. Mr. Lin Ke, just go back and wait for the good news." The expression of the old man from the Grand Council eased up a lot, and he revealed a smile. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Ke cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I have a friend here who has also accumulated a large amount of military merits. Please check him." Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming, placing particular emphasis on the word, large. He couldn't wait to see Lu Ming put on a good show. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a total of 12 breathing shadow stones flew out. "Just for show. Do you think it's useful just because you have a lot of rest shadow stones?" Lin Ke mocked in disdain. Lu Ming's expression was very calm as he said, "Senior, please check." "All right." The old man nodded his head and took out another 6 array discs, making a total of 12. He placed Lu Ming's breathing shadow stones on them, and 12 images immediately appeared. As soon as the images appeared, they shone brightly. It was the scene of a planet exploding, followed by a terrifying battle. This battle was the first battle that Lu Ming had fought with Yuan Tsong and the rest after returning. They had annihilated a hidden barbarian tribe army, and the commander of the army was a 5th-level Divine Lord. In the images, huge apes could be seen moving across the starry sky. They were extremely terrifying, and with a punch, a large number of barbarians were killed. It was as if the barbarians were made of paper. The dark ape fighting tribe's barbarians were crushed by the barbarians in a single strike. Regardless of whether it was a divine king or a divine lord, they were all killed in one blow. Especially Yuan Tsong, who was extremely overbearing. With a punch, a planet exploded and a large number of barbarians died tragically. In the end, even the commander of the barbarians, a 5th-level divine lord, was killed by Yuan Tsung's punch. Silence. In the great hall, it fell into a death-like silence. Everyone's eyeballs were about to pop out, staring fixedly at the images in the air, completely unable to shift their gazes. My God, what did I see? A fourth-level Divine Lord existence was blown up with a punch. Not just a fourth-level Divine Lord, even a fifth-level Divine Lord was blown up with a punch. That monkey, no, that senior ape Divine Lord blew up a planet with a punch, blowing up a fifth-level Divine Lord barbarian. What kind of strength is this? Seventh-level Divine Lord? It's definitely a seventh-level Divine Lord. There's no mistake. This old man was once fortunate enough to see a seventh-level Divine Lord Marshal take action. What? Seventh-level Divine Lord? After the silence, it was a hubbub. The great hall fell into a clamor. Lin Kuei was completely stunned, his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open until it could swallow a goose egg. Following that, his body started trembling and his eyes were bloodshot. Impossible, this is impossible. Lin Kuei muttered to himself, finding it hard to believe. A Lu Ming, a student who just joined the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Academy this year, how could he possibly have such powerful subordinates? But very soon the scene in the air changed again, becoming another great battle. This great battle similarly ended in a crushing manner. It was no different from the first battle. The apes similarly displayed unparalleled tyrannical combat power, easily killing the other party's commander. The scene in the air continuously changed, while inside the great hall, it recovered silence once more. There was not the slightest bit of sound, everyone was watching seriously. The scene changed continuously, displaying the scenes of 10 battles from front to back. All of them were resolved in a crushing manner. My God, a total of 6 fifth-level Divine Lord existences were killed. There are 18 fourth-level Divine Lords, horrifying, too horrifying. What kind of contribution is this? The barbarians' losses are heavy. This kind of contribution can directly be conferred as marquee, right? Many people roared loudly, seriously too shocked. Good. That old man from the military council had incomparably bright eyes. At the same time, he was also incomparably shocked in his heart. This kind of battle achievement was simply even greater than a certain army. For example, the barbarian exterminating 8th Army and the like, each time they came to submit their contributions, the number of enemies killed would not be this many. It was even a lot less. The contributions that Lu Ming accumulated were simply terrifying. It's fake, everything is fake. At this time Lin Kuei roared loudly. He stared at Lu Ming with reddened eyes and roared loudly, Lu Ming, how dare you? To actually dare tamper with the rest reflection stone. Those scenes earlier must be fake. That old man from the military council frowned slightly. He already checked earlier, the rest reflection stone was absolutely not tampered with. Those were all real. This old man has checked, those are all real. The old man from the military council opened his mouth. Impossible, senior, you must have been deceived by him. It must be fake, it can't be real. Lin Kuei roared loudly. Chapter 3481. Lin Kuei was completely filled with jealousy. How could he think of anything else? He firmly believed that Lu Ming's rest reflection stone was fake. He's just a new student of the Great Void Imperial Academy. How could there be so many experts behind him? Moreover, they are all 7th-level Divine Lord experts. Even if he faked it, he didn't make it more realistic. A 7th-level Divine Lord is an overlord. Why would they submit to him? Who does he think he is? Lin Kuei continued to roar. Many people's eyes flickered, feeling that what Lin Kuei said made sense. What kind of person was a 7th-level Divine Lord? That was someone who could become a heavenly king. If he joined the army, he would be a legion commander of a certain army. How could such a person submit to a young man? Moreover, a young man who had just joined the Great Void Imperial Academy? Was this possible? Lu Ming, you're audacious. You even dare to fake your military achievements. I suspect that your promotion to the general's residence was also fake. Despicable and shameless. How can someone like you be worthy of being called a genius? What a joke, what a joke. Lin Kuei continued to roar. He was certain that Lu Ming was faking it. If what Lu Ming said was true, then what he said previously was a slap to his own face. It was a slap to his face. You think it's fake just because you say so? I'll say that you're faking it. Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. I faked it? Aha, this is ridiculous. Let the truth speak for itself. Let's see if the abilities of my subordinates are the same as what is shown on the resting shadow stone. Show it to him. Lu Ming, open your eyes wide and take a good look. After saying that, Lin Kuei gave his subordinates a look. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out, and a horrifying pressure filled the hall. Lin Kuei brought 8 subordinates and released their auras completely. 1 4th-level Divine Lord, 3 3rd-level Divine Lords, and 4 2nd-level Divine Lords. There's no mistake. It's the same as on the Rest Reflection Stone. It's indeed the same. Lin Kuei is really amazing. He actually has so many powerful subordinates. This is normal. Lin Kuei's talent is amazing. He reached the 9th-level Divine King realm at a young age. His future is limitless. Naturally, many experts will submit to him in advance so that they can be put in an important position in the future. Many people nodded and discussed. Do you see that? This is genuine strength. If you have the ability, then let those monkeys behind you show their strength. Do you dare? Lin Kuei stared at Lu Ming and said, "Since you must see it, then let's see it." Lu Ming said indifferently and waved his hand slightly. This time, Lu Ming brought a total of 6 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members with him. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, 3 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members immediately stepped forward. As they stepped forward, a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies like a volcanic eruption. Lin Kuei and his men's faces changed drastically when they were hit by this aura. They couldn't help but retreat. 5th-level Divine Lord. These 3 Dark Ape Battle Clan members were all 5th-level Divine Lords. Damn it, how is this possible? Lin Kuei roared in his heart, his eyeballs almost popping out. But in the next moment, 2 more auras rose. 2 more Dark Ape Battle Tribe members revealed their auras. These 2 auras were even more terrifying. Each of them was like a dominator that suppressed all directions, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. Many people had difficulty breathing and almost vomited blood from the pressure. 6th-level Divine Lords. These 2 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were 6th-level Divine Lords. Blind little bastard, look carefully. At this time, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members spoke coldly. Then a violent aura erupted. When this aura appeared, the Grand Council's hall shook violently. Many people's faces turned pale as if a huge planet was pressing on them. Some people with weaker cultivation almost knelt down. Oh my god, it's really a 7th-level Divine Lord. There's no mistake. 7th-level Divine Lord. Everything on the resting Shadow Stone is real. This is too heaven-defying. Lu Ming actually has such terrifying subordinates. Incomparably shocked voices rang out. As for Lin Kuei, his face was even paler and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Lin Kuei muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. Now have you seen it clearly? Lu Ming looked at Lin Kuei indifferently. Huff huff. Lin Kuei desperately took in breaths to calm himself down. After a few breaths, Lin Kuei regained his composure. After all, he was a prodigy of a generation. His wisdom was outstanding and he quickly adjusted. Then he cupped his fists at the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members and said respectfully, "Seniors, I was blind just now and did not recognize Mount Tai. Now I apologize here." The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members snorted coldly and ignored him. Everyone thought that Lin Kuei was afraid, which was why he apologized. Unexpectedly, he changed his tone and said, "Now I sincerely invite all of you to join me. I will not treat you unfairly." What? Many people were stunned, including Lu Ming himself. He's trying to poach them and he's doing it so openly. Previously, he mocked the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members and now he's trying to poach them again. Lu Ming was impressed by Lin Kuei's shamelessness. As the saying goes, a fine bird breaks a tree to perch. Powerhouses with abilities like yours don't have to suffer under Lu Ming. Why don't you join a genius with a brighter future? That's a good plan. Seniors, what do you think? Lin Kuei continued to speak with a proud expression. Hee hee. Lu Ming laughed in disdain. Did I say something wrong? Lin Kuei's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Lu Ming and said, "Only a stronger prodigy with better talent can go further and stand at the peak with a better future. Only by joining a better prodigy can you have a better future. Am I wrong?" Lin Kuei asked continuously. "Do you mean that you're a stronger prodigy with better talent?" Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, I know that you're ranked 3rd in this batch of Great Void Imperial Academy, and I'm ranked 3rd in the previous batch of Great Void Imperial Academy. However, you have to realize that not every batch of Great Void Imperial Academy prodigies are born as a peerless prodigy. Some batches can be called the Golden Generation while some batches can be called the Rotten Generation. Even if you're ranked 1st in a bad batch, you probably won't even make it into the top 10 in a good batch. Even if you're ranked the same in different batches, your talent may be worlds apart. Although you and I are both ranked 3rd, our talents are worlds apart. Do you understand?" Lin Kuei said loudly. Obviously he was very confident. He felt that his cohort was the golden generation and was much more powerful than Lu Ming's. Even if they were both ranked third, he was far above Lu Ming. Only 3 of the 9 general stars made it and you still have the cheek to brag. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. What did you say? Lin Ke said coldly. Then a violent aura burst out. It was the aura of a peak divine king suppressing Lu Ming. Chapter 3482. Lin Ke's aura pressed down on Lu Ming, but to Lu Ming, it was like a spring breeze. Boom. Lin Ke's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his body exuded an ancient aura. Third awakening of origin divine power factor. Lu Ming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Lu Ming, I challenge you now. Do you dare to fight me? Lin Ke shouted. Not interested. Lu Ming said indifferently. He was really not interested. Although Lin Ke's cultivation had reached the peak of the supreme god realm, his origin divine power factor had only awakened 3 times. Such strength was common in the primitive divine spirit world. To Lu Ming he was not interested in it at all. He then turned to the elder in the Grand Council and asked, Senior, is the inspection done? Yes, I will report it. With your contribution you can be promoted to the Marquis Mansion. Go back and wait for the news. The elder in the Grand Council said. Okay, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave with Yuan Tsong and the others. Stop right there, you bastard. Didn't you hear what I said? In a flash, Lin Ke appeared in front of Lu Ming and said in a low voice. The strength of Yuan Tsong and the others made him very excited. Moreover, since Yuan Tsong and the others were willing to side with Lu Ming, it meant that they could also side with others. Today he wanted to trample on Lu Ming and let Yuan Tsong and the others see what a real genius was. Then he would take them under his wing. With a subordinate like Yuan Tsong, it would not be impossible for him to be promoted to the Heavenly King Mansion. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Although he was not interested in accepting Lin Ke's challenge, he did not mind giving him a beating since Lin Ke kept provoking him. Make your move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Go. As soon as the words left Lu Ming's mouth, Lin Ke attacked. As soon as he attacked, he used his essence secret magic. A bronze pagoda rapidly expanded in size as it shot toward Lu Ming. Lin Ke used his full strength. He wanted to beat Lu Ming down in one move and suppress Lu Ming. The bronze pagoda quickly approached Lu Ming's head. Why isn't Lu Ming fighting back? It's obvious that Lin Ke is too strong. His powerful strength has already locked onto Lu Ming, making it difficult for him to move. The outcome has been decided. Lu Ming is still too young. Lin Ke is from the previous batch of students of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Thoughts flashed through many people's minds, thinking that the outcome had already been decided. At this moment Lu Ming made his move. It was a very simple punch. With this punch, Lu Ming activated the battle character art and quadrupled his battle prowess. He also used the heavenly demon golden body, and the 12 types of god force in his body surged madly. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's fist landed on the bronze pagoda. How dare you use your fist to attack my essence secret magic? You overestimate yourself. Break. Lin Ke roared in his heart. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to shatter Lu Ming's fist in one move. However, in the next moment his expression changed drastically. When Lu Ming's fist landed on the bronze pagoda, he felt an extremely terrifying force erupt. The bronze pagoda shook violently and then exploded with a bang. Lin Ke screamed as his body flew backward. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. With a flash, he appeared above Lin Ke and stomped down on Lin Ke's face. With a bang, Lin Ke fell to the ground like a dead fish. Lu Ming stepped on his face with an indifferent expression. The main hall was silent. Everyone watched in a daze. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with disbelief. Lin Ke was defeated and he was defeated in an instant. He was defeated in one move. How was this possible? It was like a dream. Under Lu Ming's foot, Lin Ke was like a dead dog, roaring and struggling frantically. Miserable, it was too miserable. Just a moment ago he was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He thought that he was a genius and the representative of the golden generation. Even Lu Ming, who was ranked third, could not compare to him. He was extremely confident. However, reality was like a slap to his face. He was defeated in an instant by Lu Ming. He was a student of the previous batch of the Great Void Imperial Academy and ranked third. He was also one of the 9 generals. However, he was defeated in an instant by Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even use his essence secret magic. No, he did not believe that this was real. He would rather believe that this was a nightmare. Unfortunately, the feeling of the soles of the shoes rubbing against his face told him that this was real. This was reality. You said so much nonsense just now, but you're right about one thing. Even if the rankings are the same, the talents of different batches will be worlds apart. Indeed, you're right. Lu Ming said indifferently. Wasn't that so? Compared to Lu Ming, Lin Ke was worlds apart. Blood spurted out of Lin Ke's mouth because of anger. This. Lin Ke's subordinates were all stunned. In their eyes, Lin Ke was already a peerless genius with a limitless future. In the future, he would definitely become a top figure in the Taishu dynasty. They had followed Lin Ke for a long time and would definitely be in a high position in the future. But now, compared to Lu Ming, Lin Ke was nothing. He was trash. The difference was too great. It was a complete contrast. Lin Ke had cultivated for so many years more than Lu Ming, but he was still defeated in an instant by Lu Ming. There was no comparison. Lin Ke's 7 subordinates looked at each other and then nodded silently. Suddenly they rushed out and bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent is unparalleled. The few of us would like to submit to young Master Lu Ming and serve young Master Lu Ming. We hope that young Master Lu Ming can fulfill our wish. What? This dramatic scene stunned everyone at the scene. You. Lin Ke roared as if he had gone crazy. Then he vomited another mouthful of blood. Lin Ke had said before that a good bird would break a tree to perch. That was indeed the case. Now his subordinates had all submitted to Lu Ming. Seeing that you guys are quite sincere, I'll agree. Lu Ming nodded. The 7 of them were not weak. They were all second-level divine lords and above. In the Taishu dynasty they would definitely be considered experts. There was no reason for him not to accept them. Although he had the Dark Ape fighting tribe, the more experts he had, the better. Alright, follow me to the place where I live, Lu Ming said casually. Then he strode out and ignored Lin Quebec. Soon Lu Ming and the rest disappeared. Only Lin Ke was left lying on the ground alone. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lin Ke roared in his heart. Today he was really miserable. Not only had he been slapped in the face repeatedly, but he had also lost his subordinates. This news would soon spread throughout the Taishu holy capital and he would become a laughing stock. It would not be long before he could no longer be one of the 9 generals. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. Chapter 3483. Lu Ming and the others returned to their residence and waited. However, they did not have to wait for long. 3 days later, a piece of news came from the Grand Council. Lu Ming was conferred the title of Hidden Dragon Marquis. His clan residence was also upgraded to Marquis residence, and he was also given a Marquis residence. This caused a huge commotion in the holy capital. Lu Ming had become a Marquis. This could be said to be the youngest Marquis in history. Lin Ke was also conferred the title of Marquis, but it did not cause any commotion. Instead, it was treated as a joke. This mansion is quite big, isn't it? Lu Ming stood in front of a residence and smiled. There were 5 words written on the residence. Hidden Dragon Marquis Residence. In the Taishu dynasty, anyone who became a Marquis or a Heavenly Lord would be given a residence in the holy capital by the imperial family. This was the residence given to Lu Ming by the imperial family. It was very spacious and took up an astonishing amount of space. There were layers upon layers of buildings and one could not see the end of it. Could even house an army. Lu Ming walked around the residence and was very satisfied. Then he brought his people and stayed there. At the same time, he hired a group of people to take care of the Marquis residence. Lu Ming had become a Marquis, and the news of Lu Ming and Lin Ke's battle quickly spread throughout the holy capital. It pushed Lu Ming's reputation to the top. The youngest Marquis in Lin Ke was defeated in seconds. This was too shocking. Lu Ming was a new batch of students and he could defeat Lin Ke in seconds. Although Lin Ke was the last of the 9 general stars, it was enough to prove that Lu Ming was qualified to be one of the 9 general stars. Such a young general star was amazing. But soon the rumors about Lu Ming died down. This was because an even bigger event was about to happen in the Taishu dynasty. It was the birthday of the Holy Emperor, which was 10 stellar years. At the Divine Lord realm, one could only live for 10 stellar years at most, and this was only in theory. In fact, many Divine Lords would perish from the exhaustion of their souls before even reaching 10 stellar years. It was already extremely rare for the current Sacred Emperor to live for 10 stellar years. Therefore, this birthday celebration would be extremely grand. At that time, apart from the generals guarding the borders of the Taishu dynasty, almost all of the big and small powers would be there. All the heavenly kings, marquises, and generals would gather at the Great Void Sage capital to celebrate the Sage Emperor. Lu Ming originally wanted to return to the Hidden Dragon Star, but after hearing this news he decided not to go back for the time being. This was because there were only 5 years left until the sacred emperor's birthday. During this period of time, the number of people in the holy capital had gradually increased. Many people from various forces had already arrived in advance. If he went back he would have to make a trip back here. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to stay here for the time being and return to the Hidden Dragon Star after the Saint Emperor's birthday celebration. Anyway, 5 years was just a blink of an eye to them. The entire holy capital was discussing the sacred emperor's birthday celebration. In addition, they were discussing another matter, which was who would inherit the throne in the future. The sacred emperor's lifespan had already reached 10 stellar years. If he did not break through, this lifespan was almost the limit. He would not be able to live for long before he died. However, breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. One had to know that the sacred emperor's cultivation had already reached the limit of a divine lord. However, it was extremely difficult to advance any further. In the history of the Taishu dynasty, no one had achieved this. Therefore, the probability of this happening was extremely small. Once the sage emperor perished, who would inherit the position of sage emperor? The crown prince? Or the second prince? The crown prince was undoubtedly the legitimate successor. However, the second prince was very outstanding in all aspects. He was vaguely above the crown prince and had many supporters. Therefore, the final result was unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the Great Void Sage capital for half a year. One day, a person that Lu Ming did not expect came to the holy capital and looked for Lu Ming. "Shenhuang, why are you here?" Lu Ming was surprised and then overjoyed. Lu Shenhuang had come. Lu Ming had not seen Lu Shenhuang in a long time. After so many years, Lu Shenhuang's temperament had become even more restrained. Lu Shenhuang had been accompanying Lu Ming's parents and his wife all these years. He had not gone out to fight, nor had he had any fortuitous encounters. However, with the help of some resources that Lu Ming had given him, his cultivation had improved very quickly. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Lu Shenhuang's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the true God realm. Lu Shenhuang had also cultivated the universe myriad Dao art and could control many kinds of divine power. Without any fortuitous encounters, it was already very good for him to have such a cultivation. "Father, I'm here to see grandfather and grandmother. Back then you sent people to take them away but there was no reply after so many years. I was a little worried so I came to see them." Lu Shenhuang said. "What? I took father and mother away?" Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed drastically. He had not sent anyone to take Lu Yuntian and Li Ping away. How could Lu Shenhuang say that he had sent people to take them away? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lu Shenhuang felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "Father, did you not send people to take grandfather and grandmother away?" "No." Lu Ming's heart sank and his expression turned ugly. "Shenhuang, what's going on? When did this happen? Tell me in detail." Lu Shenhuang also knew the severity of the situation and hurriedly explained in detail. "About 100 years ago, a young woman came to find us and said that she was father's friend. Father had already settled down in the Taishu dynasty and wanted to take grandfather and grandmother over." Lu Shenhuang said. "How can you so easily believe a stranger's words?" Lu Ming said somewhat anxiously. "That woman said that she was father's friend and that they had a good relationship. She even took out a rest image stone with images of father and anti-autumn moon together. Only then did we believe her." Lu Shenhuang said. "What? She had images of us together?" Lu Ming's expression darkened. That meant that she must be someone that Lu Ming knew. "What's her name?" Lu Ming asked. "She said she was Cui Wei." Lu Shenhuang said. "Cui Wei, it's her." Lu Ming's eyes emitted shocking murderous intent. He had never thought that this person would be Cui Wei. When he and Anti-Autumn Moon had just entered the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard, Cui Wei had approached him and made friends with him. Later, Lu Ming had fought in the 3rd King God Realm area of the Purgatory Arena and had been hunted down by experts. At that time, Lu Ming had suspected Cui Wei. He suspected that Cui Wei had approached him on purpose and leaked information about him. Since then, Cui Wei had less contact with him. He had never thought that she would deceive his parents. Now that he thought about it, Cui Wei had approached them with malicious intentions. She had secretly recorded the images of them together with the rest image stone. "Damn it. Shenhuang, draw a portrait of that woman for me to see," Lu Ming ordered. "All right." Lu Shenhuang nodded. At their level they had a photographic memory. It was easy for them to spend an hour on a painting. If they were in the secular world they would be top-notch painters. Chapter 3484. Not long after, the portrait of a woman appeared on the paper. This woman was Cui Wei, whom Lu Ming knew. Damn it. Lu Ming growled. Father, do you know this woman? Lu Shenhuang asked. I do, but this person is very likely my enemy, Lu Ming said gloomily. What? Not good. Lu Shenhuang's expression changed. With her cultivation it would be easy for her to kill you, but she didn't kill you and only tricked father and mother away. It's obvious that she wants to use father and mother to threaten me. Thus, father and mother's safety shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ming muttered as he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Since the other party could find Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, and had amazing strength, it would be too easy for her to kill them. However, she only tricked Lu Yuntian and Li Ping away. It was obvious that the other party wanted to control Lu Yuntian and Li Ping so that they could be used to threaten Lu Ming at a critical moment. Who is it? The Crown Prince or the State Preceptor? Or some other force? Lu Ming's mind raced, but he couldn't find any clues at the moment. Cui Wei, I'm going to find out who you are. Lu Ming growled. Soon Lu Ming began to investigate. He used all the forces at his disposal to investigate Cui Wei's background. But the result was a blank. In the end, he only found out that Cui Wei had been very close to a young man in the Great Void Imperial Academy. And that young man belonged to the State Preceptor's residence. State Preceptor. Lu Ming's eyes burst with shocking killing intent. Boom. Lu Ming soared into the sky, his violent aura filling the air. His cold killing intent was like a tide. No one could touch his family or his parents. Otherwise, no matter who it was, he would make them pay the price, even if it was the State Preceptor. Lu Ming, don't be rash. Blue Merchant's figure appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's path. I'm going to the State Preceptor's residence. Lu Ming said word by word. Lu Ming, don't be fooled. This is what the other party wants. You barged into the Imperial Advisor's residence without any evidence. The other party can treat you as a traitor and kill you directly. This is what the Imperial Advisor wants. Blue Merchant hurriedly said. Each of Blue Merchant's words contained the power of his soul. They bombarded Lu Ming's soul, causing Lu Ming's soul to tremble. Slowly Lu Ming calmed down. He knew that what Blue Merchant said made sense. If it was the State Preceptor, then the other party would just wait for Lu Ming to kill his way to the door. The other party was an important figure of the Taishu dynasty. If someone were to kill his way to the door, he could be treated as a traitor and killed on the spot. Lu Ming would definitely be killed by the Imperial Preceptor if he went there. There was no doubt about it. Lan Shu, what should we do now? Lu Ming took a deep breath. He was a little flustered now. Go find the Sage Emperor and let him uphold justice. But before that, you have to go find Holy Old Heavenly King. It'll be difficult for you to meet the Sage Emperor. Blue Merchant said. Okay, but I don't know where Holy Old Heavenly King is. Lu Ming said. The Sage Emperor's birthday is approaching. Holy Old Heavenly King has already arrived. He's in my small courtyard. Let's go together. Blue Merchant said. Without the slightest delay, not long after, they arrived at Lan Shang's small courtyard and met with Old Heavenly King Thousand Saints. Holy Old Heavenly King agreed without hesitation when he heard this. He led Lu Ming to the Sage Emperor's palace. Blue Merchant did not go. His identity was sensitive and it was inconvenient for him to meet the Sage Emperor. Holy Old Heavenly King had an extremely high status in the Taishu dynasty. In terms of cultivation, he was at the pinnacle of the Taishu dynasty. Naturally, he was unimpeded. With Holy Old Heavenly King's appearance, the Sage Emperor quickly agreed to meet Lu Ming. The Sage Emperor sat high up in the meeting hall of the Sage Emperor's palace. After not seeing him for a while, the Sage Emperor seemed to have aged a little. He looked a little lethargic. After all, the Sage Emperor was too old. It was rare for him to be able to live until now. Brother Holy Old Heavenly King, why are you looking for me? The Sage Emperor asked with a smile. Although Holy Old Heavenly King was very senior and old, he was still younger than the Sage Emperor. However, they were of the same generation, so the Sage Emperor addressed Holy Old Heavenly King as Old Heavenly King. Sage Emperor, I'm here for Lu Ming. Lu Ming is looking for you. Holy Old Heavenly King said. Lu Ming? Why are you looking for this Sage Emperor? The Sage Emperor looked at Lu Ming. The Sage Emperor remembered Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance at the Taishu Imperial Academy was stunning. At the same time, he asked him to save the Blue Merchant. Thus he remembered Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming was the youngest marquis of the Taishu dynasty. He had also approved of Lu Ming. How could he not know him? Sage Emperor, I want to sue the State Preceptor. He sent people to kidnap my parents. I don't know where they are now. Sage Emperor, Please ask the state preceptor to release my parents. Lu Ming reported. What? There's such a thing? The sage emperor frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying pressure immediately spread out in the hall. Amazing! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the Saint Emperor did not seem like an old man, but a ferocious beast that could destroy the world. But this energy only lasted for a moment, and the sage emperor returned to his old appearance. Come, summon the state preceptor. Yes. Someone outside the hall immediately obeyed. Not long after, a guard came in and reported, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Second Prince request an audience. The two of them are quite well informed. Let them in. The sage emperor said. A while later, the Crown Prince and Second Prince entered the hall. After bowing to the sage emperor, they stood on either side. The Crown Prince swept his gaze over Lu Ming. There was a cold glint in his eyes. A while later, the state preceptor arrived. Paying respects to Your Majesty. For what reason has Your Majesty summoned me? The state preceptor bowed. State preceptor, Lu Ming said that you imprisoned his parents. Is this true? The sage emperor asked. What? Imprisoned his parents? Your Majesty, there is no such thing. This is slander. The state preceptor hurriedly protested. Slander? Wu Hua, you know very well whether this is slander or not. Let me ask you, is Chui Wei a member of the state preceptor's residence? Lu Ming said loudly. Wu Hua was the state preceptor's name. Chui Wei? What Chui Wei? I don't know her at all. Lu Ming, speak clearly. Otherwise I won't let you off. The state preceptor's face was extremely gloomy. That's right. Lu Ming, make things clear. The sage emperor said. Afterward, Lu Ming recounted the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Ah, what a joke. Just because of a girl you say that I captured your parents. What a joke. Also, I don't know that girl called Chui Wei. The state preceptor laughed. Wu Hua, you suspected that I killed your son and wanted to kill me, but you didn't. You held a grudge and wanted to use my parents to threaten me. Is that right? Lu Ming said loudly. Impudent. You are slandering me. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. The state preceptor said to the sage emperor. Summon Wu Han. We will know once we ask him. The sage emperor said. Wu Han was the young man that Lu Ming found to be close to the state preceptor's residence. Chapter 3485. Soon a young man was brought in. This young man was Wu Han. When he came here and saw so many big shots, he was scared witless. When he heard the reason why he was summoned, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground and cried, Your Majesty, I've been wronged. I haven't known Chui Wei for long. We didn't know each other before. More than 100 years ago, Chui Wei deliberately approached me so we got to know each other. And in the last 100 years, Chui Wei disappeared. I can't find her. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can search my soul. If you want to search my soul, please search my soul. Your Majesty, everything is clear now. Chui Wei approached Wu Han on purpose to frame the imperial advisor's residence. I even suspect that there was no such thing. It was all planned by Lu Ming. He probably wants to frame me. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. The imperial advisor immediately said loudly. Damn it. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. He didn't expect this result. Chui Wei hadn't known Wu Han for long. Obviously, Chui Wei wasn't from the imperial advisor's residence. It seemed like someone wanted to frame the imperial advisor's residence. Who was it? With all the clues gone, Lu Ming's face turned ugly. His heart was in a mess. Your Majesty, Lu Ming is slandering you. He can simply find a reason to slander the state preceptor. If everyone imitates him, the world will be in chaos. Your Majesty, please punish Lu Ming and imprison him for a stellar year as a warning to others. The imperial advisor immediately seized the opportunity to counter Lu Ming. Father, the imperial advisor is right. The imperial advisor is an important official of the sacred dynasty. How can he be slandered so easily? Moreover, he deliberately came to you to do so. Such a person must not be tolerated. Father, please punish him. The crown prince also stepped out. No, Your Majesty. Lu Ming's parents are indeed missing and imprisoned. He only did this because he wanted to save his parents. He didn't commit any major crime. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. Thousand Saint Old Heavenly King immediately said. Yes, Father. Lu Ming is still young. With his parents imprisoned, it's inevitable that he would be in a mess. Please give him a chance. The second prince also stepped out. Your Majesty, we don't know whether his parents are imprisoned or not. However, we can't forgive him for slandering the imperial advisor. Otherwise, how can we deter the world in the future? Everyone will follow suit. What prestige will the imperial family have? The crown prince immediately. Lu Ming, on the other hand, remained silent. The sage emperor frowned. Indeed, slandering the state preceptor was a serious matter. Furthermore, the other party had even dared to come to him to do so. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The imperial advisor's imperial advisor. What? The emperor asked. It will be the Saint Emperor's birthday in less than 5 years. At that time, it will also be the date of the agreement between the Saint Emperor and Saint Emperor Tianyi. Both parties will send out their most powerful geniuses and the outcome will be determined in one battle. As long as Your Majesty wins, you will be able to obtain the soul-nourishing flower from Saint Emperor Tianyi and extend Your Majesty's lifespan. I suggest that Lu Ming participate in this battle. If he can help Your Majesty win and obtain the soul-nourishing flower, he can make up for his mistakes and be pardoned for his crimes this time. Good, this is wonderful. The emperor nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Lu Ming's cultivation is still weak. He hasn't cultivated for long. How can he defeat those strongest geniuses? Letting Lu Ming participate in the battle is sending him to his death. Wu Fan has ulterior motives. Thousand Holy King immediately shouted. The barbarian tribe was to the southwest of the Taishu dynasty. To the north of the Taishu dynasty, there was another powerful country called the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. The Tianyi Sacred Dynasty was about as powerful as the Taishu dynasty. The relationship between the two countries was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Sometimes there was war and sometimes there was cooperation. One stellar year ago, the current Imperial Emperor and Tianyi Sacred Emperor had an agreement. On the 10th stellar year of the current Imperial Emperor, the two sides would send their strongest geniuses to fight each other. The loser would give the loser a supreme treasure. If Taishu's Sacred Emperor lost, he would give the loser a Divine Void Pearl. The Divine Void Pearl was unique to the Taishu dynasty. It was extremely helpful for the cultivation of the Divine Lord Realm. It was a supreme treasure. And if Tianyi's Sacred Emperor lost, he would give Taishu's Sacred Emperor a soul-nourishing flower. Similarly, the soul-nourishing flower was also a supreme treasure. As the name suggested, it could nourish the soul, allowing the withered soul to be filled with vitality again. It was a supreme treasure for those who were about to die. It could increase their lifespan. For Taishu's Sacred Emperor, he had used all kinds of treasures that could increase his lifespan. Those treasures were no longer effective for him. However, the soul-nourishing flower was still effective for him. It could at least increase his lifespan by half a stellar year. Half a stellar year was 5 billion years. With such a long time, he might really be able to find a way to break through to a new realm and increase his lifespan. Therefore, Taishu's Sacred Emperor was determined to get the soul-nourishing flower. However, this battle was a battle between the strongest geniuses from both sides, such as the 9 great generals. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated for a short time. How could he fight against such geniuses? Although Lu Ming had defeated Lin Ke was ranked last among the 9 great generals. Moreover, Holy Thousand-Old Heavenly King was sure that the Grand Tutor did not have good intentions when he made this suggestion. What's a little danger when serving Your Majesty? What I mean is that Lu Ming must play a decisive role in this meeting. He can't just be a bystander. Only then can he be pardoned. Otherwise he must be severely punished. Grand Tutor said. All right, I agree. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke with a determined expression. Lu Ming. Holy Thousand-Old Heavenly King was stunned and did not say anything else. All right, let's do it then. Sacred Emperor said. Beside him, Grand Tutor and the Crown Prince were overjoyed. Your Majesty, Lu Ming has a request. Lu Ming said again. What request? Taishu's Sacred Emperor asked. Your Majesty, if Lu Ming can obtain the soul-nourishing flower for Your Majesty, please do your best to find the culprit who imprisoned my parents. Lu Ming said. He had agreed so readily because he wanted to use the Taishu's Sacred Emperor's power to investigate his parents' whereabouts. The Taishu's Sacred Emperor's power was not something he could compare to. If the Taishu's Sacred Emperor sent someone to investigate, he believed that there would be results soon. All right, if you can really help me obtain the soul-nourishing flower, I will agree to any conditions. All right, that's all for today. You may all leave. I want to rest. Taishu's Sacred Emperor waved his hand. Then Lu Ming and the others took their leave. After some time in the Hidden Dragon Duke's residence. Lu Ming, I'm afraid the Grand Tutor doesn't have good intentions when he asked you to participate in the competition. I'm guessing that he will arrange for someone to harm you during the competition. Blue Merchant said with a frown. If they really do harm to me, I'll kill them all. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. I still can't be careless. You should know that Lin Ke is ranked last among the 9 general stars and is also the weakest, especially those who are ranked at the top. I heard that some of them have already entered the Divine Lord realm. Once they enter the Divine Lord realm, they will be extremely terrifying. Blue Merchant said. Chapter 3486. Lu Ming nodded. Blue Merchant's meaning was simple. If the Taishu dynasty had such a powerful person, the Tianyi sacred dynasty must have one too. Although Lu Ming could fight against a second-level Divine Lord with his full combat strength, it was only against ordinary second-level Divine Lords. The 9 general stars were all top geniuses. Once they entered the Divine Lord realm, they would be terrifying. Their combat strength could not be measured by common sense. There are still 5 years left. I will improve my strength in these 5 years. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. He would get the soul-nourishing flower for the Sacred Emperor and ask the Sacred Emperor to investigate his parents. No matter who you are, if you hurt my parents, I will make sure you die a horrible death. I will pay you back 10 times, 100 times. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Then, after chatting with Blue Merchant for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room and started to cultivate in seclusion. 5 years was too short. Whether it was the divine power of origin, the battle character formula, or the secret skills of origin, there could not be any major breakthroughs. If he wanted to break through, he could only start with his cultivation. Now, his cultivation was in the 8th level of the Divine King realm. He wanted to reach the 9th level of the Divine King realm in 5 years. Normally, it was impossible to reach the 9th level of the Divine King realm from the 8th level of the Divine King realm in 5 years. However, Lu Ming had the measure character formula and countless primordial divine crystals. It was possible. The primordial divine crystals contained a large amount of primordial divine qi. They were very pure and strong. In the past, the primordial divine crystals were absorbed through the ancient god's heart and turned into bloodline power to improve the primordial divine body. Only a small portion was used by Lu Ming to improve his cultivation and turn into divine power. Once it was absorbed and refined by the measure character formula, it could only be turned into energy. It was of no help to the primordial divine body. But now, Lu Ming did not need to improve the primordial divine body. He only needed to improve his cultivation. Therefore, he let the measure character formula absorb it. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the measure character formula's refining speed also increased greatly. Moreover, the original divine crystal was easy to absorb. 5 years was enough for Lu Ming to break through to the 9th heaven of the King God realm. Old Liang, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the quantifying character art. Then, with a wave of his hand, 10,000 primeval divine crystals flew out. The energy contained within 10,000 primeval divine crystals was already extremely shocking. Lu Ming estimated that it was enough for him to break through. Leave it to me. The voice of the quantifying character formula was heard. Then, a wave of energy swept up the 10,000 primeval divine crystals and began to refine them. Not long after, a trickle of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the universe myriad Dao technique and refined it slightly. This energy turned into divine power, strengthening Lu Ming's divine power. Just like that, Lu Ming wholeheartedly cultivated in seclusion. The Crown Prince stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a courtyard of the Crown Prince's mansion. Behind the Crown Prince stood the State Preceptor and a young man. If Lu Ming was there, he would definitely recognize that the young man was Di Jinni at a glance. Di Jinni, your chance is here. This time, Lu Ming will also participate in the battle between the two countries. Haven't you always wanted to kill Lu Ming? This is your chance. The Crown Prince said. I will not miss this chance. Di Jinni's eyes shone with cold light. Deep in his eyes, there was a deep desire. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Lu Ming definitely had the Origin Ancient Word on him. He had to get the Origin Ancient Word on Lu Ming. In that case, his strength would be even more shocking. In the future, he would definitely become a top expert in the chaotic universe. The Taishu dynasty was just a stepping stone for him. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was either not around or surrounded by experts. He had never found an opportunity. There was only one time when he found an opportunity. However, Lu Ming's strength was beyond his expectations. He did not succeed and attracted other experts, causing him to miss the opportunity. This time he would not miss the opportunity. Di Jinni, don't be careless. Lu Ming is very strong. Even Lin Ke was defeated by Lu Ming. The State Preceptor warned. Lin Ke. How many people like him can I kill with one sword? Di Jinni said indifferently. He was full of confidence. Alright, there are still 5 years. In these 5 years I will activate all the resources to help you improve further and kill Lu Ming. However, you have to remember that after you kill Lu Ming, you can only lose in the battle with the Tianyi Holy Dynasty. Do you understand? The Crown Prince said indifferently. His voice was very cold and filled with terrifying pressure. Yes. Di Jinny's eyes flashed and he bowed to accept the order. Only lose, not win. He knew what the Crown Prince was thinking. The Crown Prince had been in this position for too many years. However, as long as the Taishu Saint Emperor was alive, the Crown Prince would not be able to improve further and sit on the throne. He had been waiting for the Taishu Saint Emperor to die. How could he help the Saint Emperor to extend his life? If the Taishu Saint Emperor obtained the soul-nourishing flower and increased his lifespan by half a stellar year and then broke through his cultivation, the Crown Prince would not be able to sit on the throne for the rest of his life. The person who did not want the Saint Emperor to obtain the soul-nourishing flower the most was the Crown Prince. State Preceptor, this time, letting Lu Ming participate in the battle between the two countries is not playing with fire, right? The Crown Prince frowned and was a little worried. If Lu Ming really helped the Taishu dynasty to win, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? Crown Prince, do you think it's possible? The purpose of letting Lu Ming participate this time is to kill him. Of course, what if Lu Ming is really not dead? With his strength, how would it affect the overall situation? Isn't everything under the Crown Prince's control? The State Preceptor smiled cunningly. That's right. It seems like I'm overthinking. The Crown Prince smiled. Time flew by. 1 year, 2 years, in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. There were 10 more days before the Taishu Saint Emperor's birthday. During this period, the Taishu Saint capital was bustling with activity. 27 heavenly kings' residences, a few hundred marquis residences, and a few thousand generals' residences had all arrived. During this period there were many experts in the Taishu Saint capital. It was possible to meet anyone on the streets who was a divine lord. Of course, the army guarding the border was also on high alert to prevent the barbarian tribe from taking the opportunity to attack. On this day, a powerful aura emanated from the backyard of the Hidden Dragon Marquis residence. However, this aura was quickly suppressed. Not long after, a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After 5 years, I finally broke through. Luckily, I made it in time. Lu Ming muttered. Just now, he had finally broken through to the 9th Heaven Divine King realm and entered the ranks of the Peak Divine Kings. The next step was to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Of course, it was not that easy to break through to the Divine Lord realm. He still needed to accumulate. Of course, his various divine powers had awakened 4 times. Compared to others, it was much easier to break through to the Divine Lord realm. As long as he accumulated enough divine powers, it would be a matter of time before he became a divine lord. Chapter 3487. There are still 10 days left. Lu Ming muttered. In the next 10 days, Lu Ming did not continue cultivating. Instead, he relaxed and guided Lu Shenhuang in his cultivation. Before Lu Ming went into seclusion, he gave Lu Shenhuang some resources. In the past 5 years, Lu Shenhuang had broken through to the Sky God realm. With the help of Lu Ming's resources, Lu Shenhuang's talent would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the Taishu Sage Emperor's birthday. Boom, boom. In the sky above the Great Void Holy Capital, loud explosions rang out. Sparks flew in all directions like brilliant fireworks. How extravagant and spectacular. Lu Ming raised his head to look at the sky. He could clearly see that it was a scene of planets exploding in space. Clearly, there were powerful people in the Taishu Holy Dynasty who had captured some useless planets from the depths of space and then used them as fireworks to create a spectacular scene. Exploding planets and using them as fireworks was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Of course, the atmosphere in the Taishu Sage capital was also ignited. Let's go. Lu Ming said as he led Blue Merchant, Yuan Tsong, Lu Shenhuang, and the rest into the depths of the Taishu Sage capital. In the depths of the Taishu Sage capital was a huge square. This square could hold tens of billions of people at the same time. It was simply too big. However, even so, it was still crowded. The various major forces formed their own small circles. As a marquis, Lu Ming naturally had his own seat. He led the rest to the seats reserved for the Hidden Dragon Marquis. The Sage Emperor has arrived. A loud shout came from afar. Following which, a large group of figures flew over. The one leading them was the Sage Emperor. Behind him were the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and some other important members of the royal family. They sat in the highest seats and could overlook the entire square. The Tianyi Sage Emperor has arrived. Another loud shout came from another direction. A group of people came through the air. There were many of them, tens of thousands of them. Some were young and some were of the older generation. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a stocky build. He was burly and exuded a powerful aura of majesty. Although he did not emit any aura, others could not help but feel pressured when they saw him. This was the Sage Emperor of the Tianyi Sage dynasty. The outside world called him the Tianyi Sage Emperor. The Tianyi Sage Emperor was not particularly old. He was about the same age as the crown prince of the Taishu dynasty. However, his strength was unfathomable. He was on the same level as the Taishu Sage Emperor. Brother Jing, congratulations on being able to live up to 10 stellar years. I hope to see you in a few years' time. Ah. The Tianyi Saint Emperor laughed heartily. However, he was implying that the Taishu Saint Emperor would not live for long. Only Tianyi Saint Emperor dared to say this. If it were anyone else, they would have been slapped to death. Don't worry, this old man's greatest ability is to survive. Please have a seat. The Great Void Sage Emperor waved his hand. The people of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty took their seats. Brother Jing, let's cut to the chase. Let the battle between the geniuses of both sides begin now. The Tianyi Sage Emperor was very direct. Since you are in such a hurry to give me the soul-nurturing flower, I shall accept it. Let the battle between the two countries begin. The Sage Emperor announced. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 9 experts from the Taishu dynasty flew out. They stood in the sky and emitted powerful auras. Runes flew out from each of their hands. These runes gathered in the sky. Finally, the runes covered the sky and forcefully opened a crack in the sky. According to the rules we set in the past, this battle will be divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, the geniuses from both sides will enter a small world that has been set up in advance. They will fight for the promotion tokens inside. There are a total of 16 promotion tokens inside. Only those who obtain the tokens can enter the second round. In the second round, the geniuses from both sides will fight each other until the final victor. Brother Tianyi, you have no objections, right? The Great Void Sacred Emperor explained the rules of the competition to him. If you have no objections, let's begin. The Tianyi Sage Emperor laughed. Suddenly, young men flew out from behind the Tianyi Sage Emperor. There were at least a few thousand of them. They flew toward the crack in the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You guys go in too. Remember, there are 16 tokens. You must obtain at least 8 of them. The Sage Emperor instructed. Yes. Suddenly, a large group of young men also flew into the sky and flew toward the crack. Di Jinni Linke. Lu Ming glanced over and saw 2 familiar faces. Especially when he saw Di Jinni, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already guessed that Di Jinni wanted to assassinate him. If he had the chance, he would definitely not let Di Jinni off. He would kill him and obtain the origin source ancient words on him. I'm going to. Lu Ming said to Lan Shang, Lu Shenhuang and the rest. He then soared into the sky, flew into the crack and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a forest. As soon as he appeared, before he could look around, a huge python pounced toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming smiled. He turned his hand and threw a punch. His fist energy was wild and it exploded in the void. This giant python, which was equivalent to a 5th-tier King God Realm expert, exploded and turned into ashes. Then a ray of light flew over and entered a jade token on Lu Ming's waist. All the geniuses who participated in the battle would be given such a jade token. As long as they killed the wild beasts in this small world, the souls of the wild beasts would be absorbed by the jade token. This small world was very big, but there were only 16 tokens. How could they find them? If they searched blindly, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. That was why there were such tokens. As long as they killed enough wild beasts and absorbed enough wild beast souls, the jade token would show them the location of the nearest token. Hence, if they wanted to find the token, they had to kill as many wild beasts as they could. In fact, the first stage was also a selection stage. Only the strongest group of geniuses would be able to obtain a token and enter the next round. If they couldn't even kill the wild beasts at the beginning, they wouldn't be able to enter the next round. After killing the python, Lu Ming flew into the sky and found that he was in a primitive forest where many wild beasts lived. A sharp cry came from above. Then the wind whistled and a huge eagle swooped down toward Lu Ming. Judging from its aura, it was at least a 6th-layer Divine King Realm expert. Those who weren't strong enough wouldn't be able to survive here. Of course, a 6th-layer Divine King Realm expert was nothing to Lu Ming. He threw out a punch and the eagle exploded. A wisp of its soul was absorbed by the jade token. Afterward, Lu Ming dashed into the forest and went on a killing spree. He constantly killed wild beasts. Chapter 3488. The wild beasts that appeared in the forest were not very strong. The strongest one was only in the 6th layer of King God realm. They posed no threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming killed many wild beasts along the way. A large number of wild beasts were killed by Lu Ming. In a short while, hundreds of wild beasts had been killed. Almost all the wild beasts in the forest had been killed. Lu Ming left the forest and went to other places to look for wild beasts. Just as Lu Ming was focused on killing the wild beasts, 6 figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. He is from the Taishu dynasty. Haha, we are in luck. If we kill him, the sacred emperor will reward us. Not bad, not bad. The 6 of them sneered and rushed towards Lu Ming. Obviously, they were the geniuses of the Tianyi Holy Dynasty. If you don't want to die, get lost, Lu Ming said coldly. Among these 6 people, the one with the highest cultivation level was only in the 7th Divine King realm. Perhaps he was considered the top among the younger generation in the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. However, compared with Lu Ming, he was far behind. This guy is really arrogant. I have studied the strongest geniuses of the Taishu dynasty. There is no such person. Brothers, let's kill him. The leader of the group, a young man in a yellow robe, shouted coldly. Then he rushed towards Lu Ming and attacked him violently. The other 5 people also attacked fiercely. These people were undoubtedly geniuses. They were the top geniuses of the younger generation in the Taishu dynasty. Otherwise, they would not have participated in this competition. However, they were unlucky to have met Lu Ming. I have given you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Then I will send you to hell, Lu Ming said coldly. Then he threw out a punch. Brr, brr, brr. A series of dragon roars resounded through the sky. Following that, 6 9-clawed divine dragons appeared and pounced at the 6 young men. Ever since Lu Ming's primordial divine body had transformed from the primordial divine body to the primordial divine dragon body and cultivated the primordial divine blood, his divine power and secret arts related to dragons had evolved. For example, Lu Ming's primordial dragon power had become even more powerful. Even the divine dragon aspect technique had undergone a transformation. The 9 dragons that were condensed had an even thicker dragon aura and an astonishing aura. Each dragon was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. Their battle prowess was much stronger than before. 6 9 dragons lunged at the 6 young men. Not good. As soon as Lu Ming made his move, the expressions of the 6 youths changed greatly. They felt an extraordinary pressure that made their hearts tremble. They wanted to retreat and escape, but it was already too late. Bang bang bung, a series of explosions rang out, and the 6 youths died on the spot. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the 6 storage rings. In a flash, he left the place and continued to hunt wild beasts. Lu Ming's speed in hunting wild beasts was very fast. After a day, Lu Ming's jade pendant shone brightly. This meant that the souls of the wild beasts had been accumulated. Then the jade pendant shone and a map appeared. On the map, there was a line that extended to the left. At the end of the line, there was a shining light spot. Found it? The promotion token is here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, in a flash, he flew in that direction according to the map. Lu Ming was still quite a distance away from that location. Along the way, Lu Ming met many people. Some were from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty, and some were from the Taishu Dynasty. It's Lu Ming. He's heading in that direction. Quickly spread the news. Some people communicated secretly. Some people from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty overestimated themselves and wanted to attack Lu Ming. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a full day to reach the end of the map. I hope it's not too late. It hasn't been taken by others. Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked ahead. In front of him, there was a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. According to the map, the promotion token was at the top of this mountain. However, in the sky above the mountain peak, there was a layer of dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was not a dark cloud, but a type of black insects. They were densely packed and their numbers were innumerable. It was impossible to tell how many there were. Iron-devouring worm. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If there were only one or a few of these iron-devouring worms, it would be easy to deal with them. However, when there were many of them, it was not easy to deal with them. They could burrow into the bodies of living creatures and devour their vitality. Roar, 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 roar. At the same time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the mountain. It was very terrifying. Obviously, there were many powerful wild beasts living in the mountain. Obviously, the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty had made arrangements. It would not be easy to get the promotion token. Let's go up the mountain, Lu Ming said in a low voice. He then dashed up the mountain. Relatively speaking, it was easier to go up the mountain. There were so many iron-devouring worms in the sky. It would be more difficult to deal with them. When Lu Ming rushed into the mountain, a wild beast pounced on Lu Ming with a roar. It brought a gust of wind with it. It was very powerful. Seventh realm of the King God realm. Lu Ming immediately judged that it was a wild beast in the seventh realm of the King God realm. It was stronger than the wild beast he had encountered before. However, it was nothing to Lu Ming. With a punch, the wild beast exploded. Lu Ming rushed to the top of the mountain. However, along the way there were many wild beasts. Wild beasts kept pouncing on him. The wild beasts here were all in the seventh realm of the King God realm. Even if a genius was not in the seventh realm of the King God realm, he would be killed if he was surrounded by so many wild beasts. Even a genius would have to be in the eighth realm of the King God realm to break through the encirclement and reach the top. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming constantly waved his fists and the desolate beasts exploded one by one. Very soon, Lu Ming killed his way out and rushed to the mountainside. However, Lu Ming stopped when he reached this point. That was because there were fewer wild beasts here. The ground was littered with the corpses of wild beasts. In front of him there were two groups of people fighting fiercely. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was Lin Ke, one of the 9 great generals of the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming looked around and saw the situation clearly. There were two groups of people. One group was from the Taishu dynasty and the other group was from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. The two groups were fighting fiercely. It seems that these people also know the location of the promotion token. Lu Ming frowned. When they saw Lu Ming coming, the two groups stopped and confronted each other. Obviously they were afraid of a new person. Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming, Lin Ke's eyes flashed coldly. He is from the Taishu dynasty. The people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty frowned and looked pale. Those who could reach this place were not weak. They were all very strong. Now that the Taishu dynasty had a new expert, they were at a disadvantage. Everyone, how about we cooperate? Lin Ke sent a message to the people from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Chapter 3489. Cooperate. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were all puzzled. Lin Ke had just fought with them, but now he wanted to cooperate with them. Was he trying to trick them? Yes, to tell you the truth, this person is called Lu Ming and he has a great hatred for me. I must kill him. If you cooperate with me to kill him, I will not compete with you for the promotion token here. I will give it to you. Lin Ke continued. Really? The eyes of the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty lit up. Of course it's true. I can swear. Lin Ke said. The last time, Lu Ming had humiliated him greatly. During this period of time, he had been ridiculed by countless people. He had been thinking of killing Lu Ming all the time to vent the hatred in his heart. He did not care about the promotion token at all. Okay, we agree. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty agreed. For them this was a great thing. They had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if Lu Ming and Lin Ke were to join forces, they would be in danger. Now, if they joined forces with Lin Ke, they could kill Lu Ming and get the promotion token. Why not? There was no reason not to agree. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Ke and the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty surrounded Lu Ming. Joining forces? Lin Ke, it seems that you really want to kill me. Lu Ming was so smart that he guessed it at a glance. However, his face was still very calm. With his current combat strength, he was not afraid of anyone in the younger generation. At least for forces like the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Lin Ke's eyes were ferocious. Do you really think that you can kill me with trash like you? Lu Ming said lightly. What did you say? Lu Ming's words made the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty furious. In Lu Ming's eyes, they were trash? Unforgivable. Boy, are you one of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty? I have studied the 9 general stars. You are not one of them. A young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shouted coldly. I'm not one of the 9 great generals. I'm a new batch of students from the Great Void Imperial Academy. You haven't studied me? Lu Ming smiled. A new batch of students from the Great Void Imperial Academy? Haha, what's there to study about these rookies? They're too inexperienced. How dare a rookie act so arrogant? Lin Ke actually wants to join forces with us? What a joke. I'll kill you with one punch. A young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty laughed and stepped out. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom. The void shook violently as a terrifying fist imprint blasted towards Lu Ming's head. That young man was very strong. He had reached the 8th heavenly king god realm. Moreover, he was a top genius, second only to the 9 great generals. But in Lu Ming's eyes it was trash. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Lu Ming's head, Lu Ming still stood there motionless. However, Lu Ming's face was still calm. When the fist was only 10 centimeters away from his head, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He reached out and grabbed the young man's wrist. Then the young man stiffened and could not move. How is this possible? The young man's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. His full-strength attack was caught by Lu Ming. Crack. Lu Ming squeezed hard. The young man's arm was twisted and his bones were completely broken. Ah! The young man let out a shrill scream. Let go. At that moment, another young man from the Chinese sacred dynasty shouted. But Lu Ming was unmoved. Boy, I told you to let go. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? The young man shouted again. He stepped out and was about to kill Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's hand shook and a violent force erupted. The young man in his hand flew out and crashed into a mountain peak. He did not look like he was going to survive. You're courting death. Let's kill him together. The young man from the Chinese sacred dynasty shouted. Let's attack together. Lin Ke also shouted and led a few people to attack. Those people were Lin Ke's good friends. Naturally, they would help Lin Ke deal with Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Then, the battle character skill instantly increased his combat strength by 4 times. The divine power in his body surged wildly. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming punched more than a dozen times in a row. More than a dozen terrifying fist forces burst out and pierced through the void. A series of screams and explosions rang out. Then 2 figures retreated wildly. Indeed, there were only 2 figures that frantically retreated because the others were all blasted apart, directly falling. The remaining 2 people were Lin Ke and the young man from the Chinese sacred dynasty who had just scolded Lu Ming. The young man from the Chinese sacred dynasty was also very strong. He was not weaker than Lin Quebec previously, he had blocked Lin Quebec. The 2 of them retreated and crashed into a mountain rock. Blood spurted from their mouths and they were seriously injured. 5 years ago, when Lu Ming was still in the 8th realm of the Divine King realm, he could easily suppress Lin Ke without using the secret skill of origin. Now that he had broken through to the 9th realm of the Divine King realm, Lin Ke was no match for him. How is this possible? You've broken through again. Lin Ke shouted in shock. 5 years ago, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had always thought that he had been careless. Otherwise he would not have lost so badly. This time, there were so many of them and they had joined forces with the people from the Chinese sacred dynasty. He had thought that they could kill Lu Ming. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming's strength would be even more abnormal. So many people had been defeated by Lu Ming. Horror. At this moment, there was only endless horror in Lin Ke's heart. Lin Ke, you tricked me. The young man from the Chinese sacred dynasty shouted and regretted it very much. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. It was comparable to the top geniuses of the Chinese sacred dynasty. Lin Ke had asked them to besiege Lu Ming. It was simply courting death. I've said that you're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. Once again he threw out a punch. A fist's strength blasted toward the young man from the Chinese sacred dynasty. The young man from the Chinese sacred dynasty shouted in horror and tried his best to escape. However, he was seriously injured. How could he escape? All his escape routes were blocked by Lu Ming's fist strength. As the fist strength fell, the young man screamed and died on the spot. A genius who was not weaker than Lin Ke was killed just like that. On the other side, Lin Ke was so scared that he almost wet himself. Lu Ming, don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm with the Crown Prince. If you kill me, the Crown Prince will not let you go. You have to know that the Sacred Emperor doesn't have much time left. The Crown Prince will definitely succeed the throne. If you kill me, you will offend the future Sacred Emperor. Lin Ke shouted. He wanted to scare Lu Ming by mentioning the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and said, I will kill the Crown Prince sooner or later. What? Lin Ke was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wants to kill the Crown Prince? Madman, is he a madman? No, don't. Lin Ke was terrified and wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming caught up and killed Lin Ke with a punch. Chapter 3490. After killing Lin Ke, Lu Ming took their storage rings and headed to the peak of the mountain. Everything went smoothly. Even when a rank 9 Divine King Realm wild beast appeared, it couldn't stop Lu Ming. Very soon Lu Ming arrived at the peak of the mountain. However, there was a person at the peak of the mountain. A young man hugged a long sword and stood there quietly. Di Jiani. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The young man was Di Jiani. It was obvious that he had arrived earlier than Lu Ming. Behind Di Jiani, there was a sacrificial altar with a token floating above it. It was obvious that it was a promotion token. Lu Ming, you are finally here. Di Jenny's eyes shot out two rays of resplendent sword light as he stared at Lu Ming. You were waiting for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Di Jenny spoke in a cold voice. The sword aura on his body surged and it was shocking. You want the origin ancient word on me, right? Great, I want the origin ancient word on you too. Lu Ming spoke indifferently. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger and he was surrounded by rays of divine light. You know that I have the origin ancient word on me? Di Jenny was stunned and he was surprised. Since you know about me, why wouldn't I know about you? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You were the one who tried to assassinate me on the battlefield back then, right? Looks like I thought that I hid it well. I didn't expect you to see through me. However, it doesn't matter. From today onwards, there will be no more Lu Ming in this world. Your origin ancient word will belong to me and help me reach the peak. Di Jenny's eyes shone brightly. You are very confident. However, you will be disappointed because you can't do it. Lu Ming said. He was also very confident. Even if Di Jenny didn't look for him today, he would look for Di Jenny. He had to take revenge for what happened back then. Can't do it? I don't mind telling you that no one in the Taishu dynasty could make me use my full strength. When I tried to assassinate you, I didn't use my full strength either. I came from a small world and have experienced countless battles in my life. Who knows how many geniuses have fallen at my feet? You Lu Ming will not be an exception. Di Jenny's voice was like a divine sword, sonorous and powerful. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine sword, shattering the firmament. That's exactly what I want to say, Lu Ming said. You're also from the small world? This time Di Jenny was really shocked. Then he laughed out loud, good. There is a legend that those who can walk out of a small world and rise up quickly are the main characters of a world. They are destined to be extraordinary. Today I will kill you, the main character of this world, to make myself stronger. Clang. As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling sword light violently slashed toward Lu Ming, as if it wanted to split the sky in half. Boom. At the same time Lu Ming also moved. He threw out a punch and a dazzling fist force collided with Di Jenny's sword light. There was an earth-shattering explosion, forming a terrifying force wave that swept out in all directions, causing the ground to be in a mess. Ninth Heaven King God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This time he truly felt that Di Jenny's cultivation had reached Ninth Heaven King God Realm. Di Jenny was the same as him. He was a new student of the Great Void Imperial Family Saint Academy. He was younger than the 9 great generals. It was unexpected that his cultivation base had reached the 9th Divine King layer. Apparently, Di Jenny was also very lucky and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Back when he attacked Lu Ming at the barbarian tribe battlefield, his cultivation was far from 9th Heaven King God Realm. Apparently he had made great progress over the years. Stop probing. Go all out. Lu Ming said. There was a loud explosion from his body. After a few attempts, he had successfully triggered the battle character incantation to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. He clenched his fist and the overbearing god spear appeared in his hand. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and the ground exploded. Lu Ming's body turned into a gust of wind and charged towards Di Jenny. The overbearing god spear pressed down. The void shook violently and the huge spear pressed down on Di Jenny like Mount Tai. Clang! There was a loud sword chime and a resplendent sword light clashed with the overbearing god spear. There was a loud explosion and a violent force swept out in all directions. Then the long sword in Di Jenny's hand shook continuously. In the end there was a loud bang and it exploded into pieces. Di Jenny retreated and hit a huge rock that was a few hundred meters tall. The huge rock was smashed into pieces. Impressive. Lu Ming, you are more impressive than I had imagined. Di Jenny smiled. However, there was an even stronger fighting spirit on his face. Still want to test me? Lu Ming said coldly. It was obvious that Di Jenny had not used his full strength earlier. His battle sword was only an ordinary monarch-grade battle sword and not a secret skill of the origin. Hence, it had been shattered by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, in a battle of the same level, you are the strongest person that I have met. Come on. Let's see if you can give me a good fight. Di Jenny let out a soaring fighting spirit. Above his head, a stone battle sword floated and was held in his hand. It was the secret skill of the origin. Then there was a shocking sword light that pierced through the clouds from Di Jenny's body. Die. Di Jenny roared and slashed with his battle sword. It was shockingly fast and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming moved and charged towards Di Jenny. The resplendent spear light looked as though it was going to pierce through the heavens. Boom. The two of them collided and there was a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. Then the two of them retreated at the same time. However, in the next moment, the two of them charged towards each other and collided again. In the sky, there was a sword light and a spear light that collided with each other continuously. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. They were evenly matched. After exchanging dozens of blows, there was no clear winner. Such strong power. The divine skill that Di Jinni has cultivated is extremely shocking. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that Di Jinni's divine power was extremely terrifying. His divine power was as though it was formed by countless tiny sword auras. It was extremely condensed and sharp. It was indestructible and it was many times stronger than an ordinary divine power. Moreover, Di Jinni's origin divine power factor had also been awakened 4 times. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was also in the 9th heaven of King God realm, any single type of divine power would not be able to compete with Di Jinni's divine power. Only by circulating 11 types of divine power at the same time could he barely suppress Di Jinni's divine power. Lu Ming guessed that Di Jinni definitely did not cultivate an ordinary skill. Just like the Universe 10,000 Tao scripture, it was also an extremely rare and terrifying skill. The divine power that was cultivated was extremely powerful. Moreover, the space between Di Jinni's eyebrows was glowing as though it was giving off boundless sword essence. This caused the power of every stroke of Di Jinni to be extremely powerful. One should know that Lu Ming's cultivation was the same as Di Jinni's, which was in the 9th heaven of King God realm. However, Lu Ming had the support of the battle character art which increased his fighting power by 5 times and 11 types of divine power. Even so, he was unable to do anything to Di Jinni. Could be seen that Di Jinni also had terrifying support. Firstly, it was the terrifying divine power. Secondly, it was related to the sword essence in the space between his eyebrows. Chapter 3491. I know. His origin source ancient character is sword. It's that guy's sword. The quantifying character formula shouted. Sword? This guy's origin ancient word is sword. No wonder his sword skills are so terrifying. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Di Jinni had originally cultivated the sword and he had also obtained one of the origin ancient words, sword. It could be said that they complemented each other and Di Jinni's attacks were extremely powerful. Lu Ming was shocked but he didn't know that Di Jinni was even more shocked. He was a person with great luck. He had fought his way up from a small thousand world. When he came to the chaotic universe, he had a fortuitous encounter and possessed a terrifying divine skill. He also controlled the origin ancient word, sword, which allowed his attacks to be extremely powerful. In a battle of the same level, no one could match up against him. No matter how strong a supreme talent was, they would be instantly killed by him in a battle of the same level. But then he had met Lu Ming. In a battle of the same level, Lu Ming could match up against him. Moreover, after dozens of moves, Di Jinni was no match for Lu Ming. He was slightly suppressed and was in a disadvantageous position. To him this was unimaginable. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming became fiercer and fiercer. As for Di Jinni, he started to retreat. Di Jinni, show me what you have. Today I will show you what it means to be the strongest among the same level. Lu Ming roared and his tyrannical god spear shook continuously. It turned into a few hundred spear lights and charged towards Di Jinni. Let me show you. Flying snow divine sword, roaring flame divine sword, holy light divine sword. Di Jinni roared and the sword intention on his body became stronger. Then different fighting swords appeared one after another. There were fighting swords that were emitting chilliness, fighting swords that were filled with flames, fighting swords that were extremely bright, fighting swords that were as dark as the abyss. There was a total of 9 fighting swords and every sword was filled with different attributes. This is the secret skill of origin? No, it's not the secret skill of origin. It's a normal secret skill. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It wasn't the secret skill of origin but other secret skills. However, it was clear that these were different secret techniques. Each sword represented a secret technique. Di Jinni's talent in sword principle was terrifying. He had mastered so many secret skills of sword principle. When he attacked, he used 9 different secret skills of sword principle. Kill. The Emperor's sword let out a long whistle and 9 different divine swords turned into resplendent sword lights that attacked Lu Ming from all directions. They attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Sword chi howled, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Ming seemed to be sealed in a sword array. Let's see who has more secret techniques. The Sovereign's Gate, the Voidbreaker Sword, and the Sky Devil Blade. Lu Ming shouted. Above his head, secret techniques of origin appeared one after another, emitting an ancient and desolate aura as they flew towards the battle swords. Boom boom boom, another terrifying collision occurred. Then, the battle swords of different attributes trembled incessantly and were sent flying. In the end, the power of the origin source secret technique was still slightly stronger. Source secret techniques, they're all source secret techniques. Lu Ming, you're really cultivating an ancient cultivation method. Di Jinni's voice was solemn. He had thought that Lu Ming was cultivating an ancient cultivation method and could control many kinds of divine power. Otherwise, how could he block his divine power? Kill? Lu Ming shouted coldly. His pupils turned into two whirlpools. This was the Yin-Yang God Eyes. Then Yin-Yang runes appeared around Di Jinni and surrounded him. Then Lu Ming took a step forward. In the sky, 9 dragons appeared. There were 108 dragons that roared and pounced towards Di Jinni. Following closely behind were various origin source secret techniques. As for Lu Ming, he stepped on the Wind Destroyer boots and charged toward Di Jinni like a phantom. Lu Ming, you're the first to force me to this stage. When? Di Jinni roared. The stone sword in his hand suddenly exploded with a terrifying sword essence. Then a sword aura soared into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. The terrifying sword aura swept across the void. The Yin-Yang runes were the first to be slashed apart by the sword aura. Then, the sword aura bombarded all the divine dragon celestial appearances and the 9 dragons exploded one after another. Wherever the sword aura passed, nothing could block it. Even the ruler's gate and void-shattering sword were sent flying. In the end, the sword aura slashed the tyrannical deity spear. The tyrannical deity spear vibrated and Lu Ming was sent flying by a terrifying force. Secret technique of origin, I severed a shackle. Lu Ming muttered. That's right. My secret technique of origin has severed a shackle. Lu Ming, what about you? You've cultivated so many secret techniques of origin and have diverted too much of your energy. It's almost impossible for you to sever a shackle. Di Jinni said. Although his voice was calm, anyone could hear the pride and confidence in it. To be able to sever a shackle, I have to admit that you're very powerful. However, do you think that you're the only one who can sever a shackle? Lu Ming's voice was heard. Then a terrifying aura was emitted from the tyrannical deity spear. Di Jinni's pupils contracted rapidly and he was extremely shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to be able to sever a shackle. He had originally thought that among the younger generation of the Taishu dynasty, he was the only one who had severed a shackle on the secret technique of origin. In his heart there was one more Lu Ming. Great. Lu Ming, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. However, you're only worthy for me to kill you. You're worthy for me to use my full strength. Di Jinni was only shocked for a moment. Then he revealed a strong fighting spirit and excitement. Yes, Lu Ming's strength had completely aroused his competitive spirit and killing intent. Clang clang clang. Di Jinni's body continuously emitted sword chimes. It was as though 10,000 swords were chiming in unison. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and made him look extremely resplendent. Sword chi. At that moment, in Lu Ming's eyes, every muscle, every bone and even every hair on Di Jinni's body had turned into sword chi. Is this elemental spirit sword body? Has he finally used it? It seems that Di Jinni has already used his full strength. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming had long known that Di Jinni had mastered a terrifying secret technique of body constitution, elemental spirit sword body. Di Jinni's talent in sword principle was heaven-defying. In addition to the origin ancient word, sword, his elemental spirit sword body had probably been cultivated to a shocking level. Lu Ming, under my full strength, die. Di Jinni roared. Then he waved his hand and the stone sword in his hand slashed out. A boundless sword light that was a few million miles long slashed towards Lu Ming. Within a few million miles, the sword light could be seen. When the other supreme talents in the vicinity saw the sword light, they were almost scared to death. What a terrifying sword light. Who released it? Could it be one of the few Sir God realm existences that released it? It's too terrifying. Even an ordinary Sir God isn't that powerful. Many people roared in shock and their faces turned pale. Then they ran as far as they could and didn't dare to go near the area where the sword light was released. Chapter 3492. As Emperor Jinni slashed out, the 9 different types of divine swords also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was solemn as he activated the power in his body to the extreme. Boundless divine power was continuously channeled into various origin source secret techniques, allowing the origin source secret techniques to explode with the strongest power. Boom. The two of them collided again as various attacks were exchanged. This time the sky was torn apart. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy fell to the ground. However, runes appeared on the ground, forming a huge formation that blocked all the attacks. This world had been modified by the people of the Taishu dynasty and Tianyi sacred dynasty. Runes and arrays were everywhere as they were afraid of being destroyed. The two of them fought intensely, and in an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Boom. Lu Ming's body retreated. A sword wound appeared on his shoulder and blood flowed out. His shoulder was almost chopped off. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? Then die today. Emperor Jianyi roared, and his fighting power was at its peak. A pair of wings appeared on his back. The wings were formed by sword qi, and they allowed his speed to reach a shocking level. The sword qi wings flapped, and Emperor Jianyi turned into a ray of sword light. With terrifying sword pressure, he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged another blow. Then Lu Ming retreated. It's indeed powerful. Emperor Jianyi's original spirit sword body has reached a terrifying level. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Looks like I don't have to use the primordial divine body to be Emperor Jianyi's match. Lu Ming muttered. Emperor Jianyi's power was absolutely terrifying. He was even stronger than Murong Qiu Shui, whom he had met in the primordial divine world. When Lu Ming had defeated Murong Qiu Shui, his cultivation was only in the 8th heaven of King God realm. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the 9th heaven of the divine king realm, which was the same as Di Jianyi's. It could be said that he was not weaker than the top geniuses in terms of cultivation level. However, Di Jianyi was the first in history to be able to fight him to this extent. There had never been anyone who could fight with Lu Ming to such an extent. Lu Ming, I'll send you on your way. Emperor Jianyi's cold voice resounded as he slashed his sword down once again. The void shook like waves. Do you think that you're the only one who has cultivated the secret body constitution? Lu Ming stood in the air, and his cold voice could be heard. At this moment, a drop of primordial divine blood in his heart was activated and seeped into his entire body. Brr. An earth-shattering dragon roar was emitted from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with endless power. Primordial divine blood. The tyrannical god's spear shook vigorously and swept out. It turned into a resplendent spear light and collided with Di Jianyi's attack. Dong. This time, the entire sky within a radius of a few million miles shook violently. It was as though a piece of paper was being blown by the wind. In the middle of the collision, there was a resplendent radiance that was like the sun. Then a figure retreated. It was Emperor Jianyi. This time, Emperor Jianyi was the one who retreated. As for Lu Ming, his body only shook a little. You still have a trump card? How is that possible? This time, Emperor Jianyi couldn't stay calm. His eyes opened wide as he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming had more trump cards than him. How was that possible? He had never come across such a situation before. Do you still have a trump card? Use all of them. Kill. Lu Ming bellowed. He stepped on wind destroyer boots and charged towards Emperor Jianyi like a ray of light. I don't believe it. Emperor Jianyi bellowed and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them fought fiercely again. This time, the two of them went all out and didn't hold back any trump cards. The two of them fought fiercely. However, Emperor Jianyi was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Lu Ming and kept retreating. He was no match for him. Although his primordial spirit sword body was strong, it was still a far cry from Lu Ming's primitive divine body. Bam! Emperor Jianyi was swept by the spear radiance and his body almost exploded. Many of his bones were broken. He retreated and spat out blood. Heaven sword wheel. Emperor Jianyi bellowed. The stone sword in his hand flew out and formed a sword wheel with the other 9 divine swords of different attributes. Then it charged towards Lu Ming. The sword wheel rotated at a shocking speed and it could crush everything. Dang. Lu Ming waved his heavenly sword and hit the sword wheel. The sword wheel shook violently and flew out. Emperor Jianyi, you will definitely lose today. Lu Ming said coldly, and the heavenly sword continued to attack. Emperor Jianyi bellowed and controlled the sword wheel to block with all his might. Dang, dang, dang. Terrifying vibrations could be heard continuously. In an instant, Lu Ming had attacked more than 10 times. In the end, the sword wheel couldn't take it anymore and it exploded. The 9 divine swords of different attributes exploded and disappeared. Cracks had also appeared on the surface of the stone sword. Boom. Lu Ming struck out with his sword again, hitting the stone combat sword. This time, the stone combat sword shattered. Emperor Jianyi shook violently and blood spurted out of his mouth as he retreated. Lu Ming stepped out and chased after Emperor Jianyi. The spear radiance wreaked havoc as though it was going to pierce the sky. Emperor Jiani kept flashing and wanted to dodge. However, he was still one step too slow. He was swept by the spear radiance and one of his arms exploded. Emperor Jiani bellowed and didn't continue to fight. He turned into a sword light and flew far away. He wanted to escape. Emperor Jiani felt humiliated and his heart was filled with murderous intent. In a battle between peers, he had never had such an experience. Escape? In a battle between peers, he had never thought of escaping. However, this time around he had lost. He had lost completely. If he didn't leave, he would die here. He had to leave. He firmly believed that he would become stronger in the future and he would kill Lu Ming. Wanna leave? Stay. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and he was filled with murderous intent. He had to kill Emperor Jiani. Previously, Emperor Jiani had launched a sneak attack on him and wanted to steal his origin ancient word. Since they were enemies, he couldn't be left alive. In actual fact, Lu Ming wasn't a narrow-minded person and he wasn't a greedy person. Even if he came across other people who had origin ancient word, he wouldn't take the initiative to steal it. If others could get it, it would be his opportunity. However, if others wanted to kill him and steal his origin ancient word, it would be a different story. Lu Ming chased after Emperor Jiani at a shocking speed. The tyrant god's spear stabbed continuously and the sky was filled with resplendent spear radiance. Emperor Jiani turned into a sword light and dodged continuously. However, he was severely injured and his speed was greatly affected. He couldn't dodge at all. After dodging over 10 moves, he was finally swept by a spear radiance and his lower body exploded. Of course, at their level, their vitality was very tenacious. Even so, Emperor Jiani was still escaping at a shocking speed. Chapter 3493. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he chased after Di Jiani. This part of the sky was originally covered by densely packed iron-devouring bugs. However, the battle between Lu Ming and Di Jiani earlier was too intense. The terrifying force swept in all directions. Countless iron-devouring bugs were engulfed by the force of the two of them and turned into ashes. Now the sky was empty. Di Jiani's speed was shocking and he flew out a few thousand miles in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. With the combination of 9 Heaven Kunpeng skill and Wind Destroyer boots, he turned into a streamer and quickly approached Di Jiani. His tyrant god spear shook and there were dozens of spear lights that pierced through the void towards Di Jiani, sealing off all of Di Jiani's escape routes. With a bang, another spear light hit Di Jiani's body. Only half of his body was left and his body exploded. In the end, only his head was left and it flew forward. He had not given up and was still struggling. His willpower was shockingly firm. In this aspect he was very similar to Lu Ming. Until the last moment he would definitely not give up. Die. Lu Ming quickly closed in and a mountain-like spear light pressed down on Di Jiani. Rumble. The huge spear light completely covered Di Jiani's head. He had nowhere to run. When the spear landed he would definitely die. However, at that moment, there was a resplendent radiance in between Di Jiani's eyebrows. Lu Ming saw that there was a word, sword, in between Di Jiani's eyebrows and it was shining with radiance. Then a terrifying sword light burst out from the word, sword, and swept across the sky. It was extremely terrifying and it slashed Lu Ming's spear light. It caused Lu Ming's spear light to shake violently and then it was slashed into two. Lu Ming's face changed and he quickly retreated. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating a few thousand miles away. On his chest there was an additional sword wound. It was so deep that his bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Di Jiani turned into a sword light and with a few flashes he disappeared. Damn it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had never expected that at the crucial moment, the origin ancient word, sword, would actually unleash such a terrifying attack that repelled Lu Ming and allowed Emperor Jiani to escape. How can someone else's origin ancient characters be so powerful? Lu Ming mumbled, feeling extremely envious. Take him for example. Although he had 2 origin ancient characters like the battle character, he was completely passive and could only unleash several times his battle prowess. However, he would never attack on his own. As for the quantification formula, it was even more so. This sentence was heard by the quantifying formula. Immediately the quantifying formula cried out, "Kid, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I'm so angry. Let me tell you, there are different types of origin ancient characters. That sword character focuses on offense, and its offensive power is unparalleled. It's normal for it to take the initiative to attack. As for me, I'm a support type. I can store divine power, but can the other origin ancient characters do the same? I can refine energy to increase your cultivation speed. Can the other ancient characters do the same? Without me, would your cultivation progress be so fast? The quantifying formula cried out unhappily. Lu Ming was speechless and quickly admitted his mistake. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death by the quantifying formula. However, he felt that it was a pity that Emperor Jinni had escaped. He had to admit that Emperor Jinni was extremely terrifying. Among all the enemies that he had encountered in his life, he was the most terrifying one. He had great luck, improved at a godly speed, and his battle prowess was even more shocking. He had given Lu Ming quite a bit of pressure. If he didn't die today, he would definitely become even more terrifying in the future. He would be a great opponent for Lu Ming. If I can defeat you today, I will naturally be able to defeat you in the future. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes were filled with strong confidence. If he could defeat Emperor Jinni now, he would definitely be able to defeat Emperor Jinni in the future. Moreover, the gap between him and Emperor Jinni would only increase. This was his confidence. This was a kind of invincible confidence. Immediately after, Lu Ming's body flashed and returned to the peak of the mountain. The promotion jade token was still there. After the battle between him and Emperor Jinni, no one dared to go near the area. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the promotion jade token. After keeping the promotion jade token, Lu Ming waited quietly. There were a total of 16 promotion jade tokens. As long as the 16 promotion jade tokens were obtained, the array of this world would be activated and send them out. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for too long. After about a day, runes suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a light pillar enveloped Lu Ming. He felt his body sway and he left the place. In the next moment he appeared in midair. He looked around and realized that he had already appeared in midair above the square in Taishu Sage capital. Around him, figures appeared continuously. They were the supreme talents of the Taishu dynasty and Tianyi Sacred dynasty. However, the number of people was much less than when they had entered. Obviously, many people had died in the battle. Emperor Jinni. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he saw Emperor Jinni's figure not far away. At this moment, Emperor Jinni had already formed a body. However, his face was pale and his aura was weak. He also saw Lu Ming and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Lu Ming also revealed his murderous intent. He really wanted to kill Emperor Jinni. However, it was obviously impossible. The Saint King, Crown Prince and the rest were all here. It was unrealistic. Why is Lu Ming not dead? At this moment, the Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor also stared at Lu Ming and were extremely surprised. Especially the Imperial Advisor. He was roaring in his heart and was unable to restrain his anger. Lu Ming was actually not dead. How could this be? Could it be that Emperor Jinni didn't find him? They were well aware of Di Jinni's abilities. They felt that given Di Jinni's abilities, he would definitely be able to kill Lu Ming without a doubt. However, they had never expected that Lu Ming was actually not dead. Then they looked at Emperor Jinni and realized that Emperor Jinni's aura was extremely weak and he looked like he had been severely injured. Could it be that Lu Ming had injured Emperor Jinni? Their hearts trembled and they shook their heads frantically. Impossible. Emperor Jinni's strength was definitely extremely terrifying. Although he was in the 9th heaven of the Divine King realm, those few supreme talents in the Sir God realm might not be Emperor Jinni's match. They even thought that among the younger generation in the Taishu dynasty, there was no one who could be Emperor Jinni's match. However, Emperor Jinni was injured. How could this be? Could it be that Emperor Jinni was unlucky and encountered a Sir God realm wild beast? The Imperial Advisor thought to himself. In the world that Lu Ming and the rest had just entered, there were extremely terrifying wild beasts. Not only were there Sir God realm wild beasts, there were also Sir God realm wild beasts. Although there were very few Sir God realm wild beasts, there were still some. If one was unlucky, one would encounter one. Then they could only comfort themselves that Emperor Jinni was injured because he had encountered a Sir God realm wild beast. They were unwilling to believe that he was injured by Lu Ming. Emperor Jinni was a person with great luck. He had obtained many fortuitous encounters and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the Crown Prince and the Imperial Advisor had spent a large amount of resources to help Emperor Jinni cultivate. How could Lu Ming improve so quickly? Chapter 3494. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and the others and different thoughts flashed through their minds. There are a lot fewer people. Many of them have disappeared. Indeed, Lin Ke has also disappeared. It seems that he has died inside. Most likely he was killed by the Tianyi Sacred dynasty. It must be. What a pity that a genius of a generation has fallen. Many people sighed. As for Lin Ke's family, their faces were pale. It was simply unacceptable. The Crown Prince's face was also extremely ugly. Lin Ke had pledged allegiance to the Crown Prince. With such talent, he would definitely be a great general under the Crown Prince in the future. Unfortunately, he had died. For the Crown Prince, it was also a huge loss. Who among you has obtained an advancement token? Step forward. All of you, land on the fighting ring below. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. Then one by one figures stepped forward and landed below. In the middle of the square below there was a huge fighting ring. One by one figures landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming also moved and landed on the fighting ring. The people of the Taishu dynasty were fighting together, and the people of the Qianni sacred dynasty were standing together. There were exactly 16 people from the two sides combined. Everyone's eyes fell on the 16 of them. The Taishu dynasty had 7 people, and the Qianni sacred dynasty had 9 people. Many people's hearts trembled. There were a total of 16 people. The Taishu dynasty had 7 people, and the Qianni sacred dynasty had 9 people. The people of the Taishu dynasty had ugly expressions, but the people of the Qianni sacred dynasty were overjoyed. Impossible. The one who was the most shocked was the Taishu Saint Emperor. He suddenly stood up and stared at a young man in the air. He roared, "Hao Yin-Chin, how could you not have obtained an advancement token?" The Taishu Saint Emperor stared at a young man in a purple robe. This young man in a purple robe was called Hao Yin-Chin. Almost everyone in the Taishu dynasty knew him because he was the leader of the 9 great generals and was known as the top genius of the Taishu dynasty. It was said that his cultivation had reached the Divine Lord realm long ago, and his strength was unfathomable. With his strength, it was very easy for him to obtain an advancement token. Now, why was he eliminated? Not only the Taishu Saint Emperor, but the people of the Taishu dynasty and the Qianni sacred dynasty also looked at Hao Yin-Chin curiously. Hao Yin-Chen's face was a little pale, and his aura was a little weak. Clearly he was injured. Could it be that he had already fought with someone and lost? Your Majesty Saint Sovereign, I apologize. My luck was poor and I ran into an extremely strong Divine Lord Realm desolate beast. I was entangled by that desolate beast and was even injured. I was lucky enough to escape, so I didn't have the time to take the advancement token. Hao Yin-Chin explained helplessly. So that was how it was. Many people were moved. Hao Yin-Chin did not lose to someone else, but his luck was bad. He encountered an extremely terrifying desolate beast and was injured by it. Haha, Brother Jing, looks like your luck is not good. Looks like I'm the winner of this competition. You won't get the soul cultivating flower. Qianni Saint Emperor laughed loudly. Damn it. The Great Void Saint Emperor clenched his fists tightly. His face was extremely gloomy. Hao Yin-Chin was the key to this competition. As the top sky pride of the Taishu dynasty, he was eliminated in the first round. This had a huge impact on the outcome of the competition. It could be said that without Hao Yin-Chin, the Taishu dynasty was almost certain to lose. Damn it. Damn it. How could this be? The Great Void Saint Emperor roared in his heart. Hao Yin-Chin was an unparalleled sky pride that the royal family had secretly nurtured. The Great Void Saint Emperor placed great importance on this competition. He had invested a lot of resources on these sky prides so that they could win this competition and obtain the soul cultivating flower. As long as he could obtain the soul cultivating flower, he could live for another half a stellar year. With this time, anything was possible. He might even be able to break through and reach the next realm. However, without the soul cultivating flower he really could not live for long. He did not have much lifespan left. With Hao Yin-Chin eliminated, his hopes were dashed. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was extremely ugly. Terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. The heavens and earth were filled with a terrifying pressure. Many people broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. The Great Void Saint Emperor's strength was too terrifying. Brother Jing, calm down. At your level, can't you see past life and death? Qianni Saint Emperor sneered. He was obviously making sarcastic remarks. The higher one's cultivation level and status, the more they could not see past life and death. The Great Void Saint Emperor took a deep breath and slowly calmed down before sitting down. The competition has yet to begin. The outcome is still uncertain. The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Is that so? Qianni Saint Emperor was full of smiles. No one noticed that the Crown Prince, who was by the side, had a smug smile on his face. All of this was naturally his handiwork. No one knew that Hao Yin-Chin had already submitted to the Crown Prince. Hao Yin-Chin's elimination this time was also arranged by the Crown Prince. He was the one who deliberately allowed Hao Yin-Chin to be eliminated. Encountering a powerful desolate beast was naturally an excuse. He did not want the Taishu dynasty to win. If the Taishu dynasty won, wouldn't the great Void Saint Emperor live for another half a stellar year? He could not wait any longer. In fact, even if Di Jinni could kill Lu Ming this time, Di Jinni would not take an advancement token because Di Jinni was too powerful. Everything was within the Crown Prince's expectations. The only one he did not expect was Lu Ming. It was a pity that Lu Ming was not killed by Di Jinni. However, Lu Ming actually obtained an advancement token. That's good. Who knows, he might be killed by the people from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty during the competition. The Crown Prince smiled in his heart. The Imperial Advisor obviously thought of this as well and revealed a look of anticipation. Haha, Hao Yinshin, you were actually eliminated in advance. What a pity. Originally, we wanted to determine the outcome of this competition. I did not expect you to be defeated in advance. With your defeat, the outcome of this competition has already been decided. On the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty's side, a youth laughed. This person had silver skin and was from a special tribe. Moreover, he was the top supreme talent of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. The Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and the Taishu Dynasty were close to each other. They competed and reconciled at times. The top supreme talents of both sides naturally knew each other. Hao Yinshin and the top supreme talent of the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty had fought before. The two of them had fought a total of 3 times and were evenly matched. This time, Hao Yinshin was eliminated in advance. Was there anyone in the Taishu Dynasty who could be a match for him? Humph. Hao Tianshen's fake will snorted coldly and retreated to the side without saying a word. Alright, the candidates are out. Next, let's proceed to the second round. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianyi said, the rules of the second round are very simple. It's a 2-on-2 battle. Both sides will send out 1 person each. The victorious side can choose to rest temporarily or continue fighting. Just like that, the battles will continue until one side is completely defeated. Chapter 3495. This rule had been discussed by the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and the Taishu Dynasty a long time ago. The Taishu Dynasty naturally had no objection to it. Now let's begin. Tianyi's Sacred Emperor announced. Suddenly, the two sides sized each other up in the fighting ring. There are 7 of them, but one of them is an unfamiliar face. A genius from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty said and looked at Lu Ming. There is indeed an unfamiliar face. The other 6 are 6 of the 9 great generals of the Taishu Dynasty. I have never seen that unfamiliar face before. He must be lucky to have gotten the promotion token. There is nothing to worry about. Several geniuses from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty started to discuss. Chigawa, you go first. Challenge that unknown boy. At this time, one of the 9 geniuses from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty looked at a skinny young man. Why do you want me to challenge that boy? The skinny young man was a little reluctant. That boy probably got the promotion token by luck. I don't think he is very strong. You are the weakest among the 9 of us. Who else should I challenge? Can you deal with the others? Another young man sneered. The skinny young man was furious. This was a blatant belittling of him, looking down on him. Telling him to deal with the weakest one, the meaning was clear. He couldn't deal with the others. Although the skinny young man was angry, there was nothing he could do. This was the truth. Letting him deal with Lu Ming was indeed the best choice. He stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. His eyes fell on Lu Ming and he said, "Boy, come out and fight. You are the first to challenge me?" Lu Ming touched his nose helplessly. It seemed that he had been underestimated. He stepped out and stood opposite his opponent. He said, "Come on, use your full strength. I will give you a chance to make a move." Ah, this boy is so arrogant. He is indeed arrogant. He has not even entered the 9 great generals, but he is so arrogant. How ridiculous. Lu Ming's words made the geniuses from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty laugh. The skinny young man from the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty also smiled coldly and said, "Boy, this competition does not involve life and death. I wanted to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind." Boom. As his voice fell, a shocking aura erupted from the skinny youth's body. Dazzling divine light surrounded him. The 9th level of the God King realm and the Quintessence God Force had awakened for the 3rd time. Of course, the Quintessence secret technique had also been awakened. However, such strength was not much better than Lin Kei's. Lu Ming curled his lips casually. Of course, in the eyes of the skinny youth, this expression was ridicule and contempt. "Die brat." The shriveled youth roared, erupting with his full strength. He combined it with his source secret technique to unleash his most powerful move. He seemed to have turned into a scorching sun as he charged at Lu Ming with astonishing speed. However, Lu Ming was faster. The Wind Destroyer boots appeared and merged with his feet. Lu Ming's figure flashed slightly and he dodged the attack of the skinny young man. He appeared behind the skinny young man and his leg was like a steel whip, lashing out at the skinny young man. The wind-extinguishing boots not only increased speed, but also had a terrifying destructive power. The word, extinguish, could explain everything. Boom. There was a loud bang. Lu Ming kicked the skinny young man. The skinny young man screamed miserably. His body almost bent into the shape of a bow. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth and his body flew out like a cannonball. With a swoosh, he flew out of the fighting ring and hit the ground. He was half dead. Of course, this was already because Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the skinny youth would have been dead. The scene was silent. This scene was beyond everyone's expectation. They had not expected that Lu Ming would defeat the skinny youth in one move. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were especially stunned. Although the skinny youth was the weakest among the 9 people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, he was still a top genius. They had not expected that he would be defeated in one move. Qi Gaoi underestimated his opponent too much. A youth from the Tianyi sacred dynasty shook his head. That's right. The guy from the Taishu dynasty is obviously good at speed. He went behind Qi Gaoi with his speed and that guy did not even notice it. He is really useless. If it were me, there would be at least 3 ways to break that guy's move. Several young people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were discussing. Great. The people of the Taishu dynasty cheered loudly. Previously they had fewer people than the other side. Moreover, the top genius of the 9 general stars had not advanced. This made them feel extremely pressured. But now Lu Ming had won a battle. They felt a lot better. Humph, he just defeated the weakest one. What's there to be happy about? Someone from the Tianyi sacred dynasty said unhappily. Do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? At this time a white-haired old man asked Lu Ming. This white-haired old man was chosen by the 2 sides to be the referee. Take a break, Lu Ming said. He would not continue to compete. He would let the others compete first. This way he could also consume the strength of the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Moreover, he could also see the combat strength of the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. His goal was to win in the end. However, if he could win in an easier way, why would he not do it? After Lu Ming finished speaking, he moved his body and retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. According to the rules, the loser will initiate the challenge. The Tianyi sacred dynasty has lost this round. Next, the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty will continue to challenge. The white-haired referee announced. The loser would have the opportunity to initiate the challenge in the next round. This would be fair. Who will fight in the next round? Everyone is fine. Anyway, we have studied the combat strength of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty, the secret arts of origin, and the techniques they are good at. We just have to choose the ones who are easy to deal with. Several geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were discussing. Let me do it. At this time, a young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke. As soon as this person spoke, everyone in the Tianyi sacred dynasty fell silent and looked at this person in a daze. Qiu Qingtian is going to fight? The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were shocked. They found it unbelievable. They had never expected Qiu Qingtian to fight so soon. The main reason was that Qiu Qingtian was the top genius of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, the top genius of the younger generation. According to the plan, wasn't Qiu Qingtian supposed to stay until the end? Yes, the top genius of the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty did not advance. In this way, Qiu Qingtian has no opponent at all. He can defeat the people of the Taishu dynasty. In this way, won't we win directly? That's right. Qiu Qingtian probably thinks so. It seems that we won't have a chance to fight. Several geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty sighed. They wanted to perform well, but if Qiu Qingtian fought, they would have nothing to do. Chapter 3496. Swoosh. Qiu Qingtian stepped out, and the remaining prodigies of the Taishu dynasty turned pale. They naturally knew who Qiu Qingtian was. Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally landed on a youth in black robes. Zhu Dao, let's fight. He's challenging Zhu Dao first. Many people were shocked. Among the 9 general stars of the Taishu dynasty, there were a total of 2 who had reached the Divine Lord realm. Zhu Dao was ranked second among the 9 general stars, and was naturally another prodigy who had reached the Divine Lord realm. It was obvious that Qiu Qingtian wanted to defeat Zhu Dao directly. Once Zhu Dao was defeated, the Taishu dynasty's defeat was set. Zhu Dao, you must win this battle. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. Now they could only rely on Zhu Dao. As long as Zhu Dao defeated Qiu Qingtian, the Taishu dynasty would have a chance of winning. The Taishu Saint Emperor's words made Zhu Dao's face turn solemn. He nodded solemnly and said, "Saint Emperor, don't worry. Zhu Dao will fight to the death." He did not say that he would definitely win, but he said that he would fight to the death because he was not confident at all. It was not that he had not fought with Qiu Qingtian before, but it had always ended in failure. Zhu Dao stepped out and faced Qiu Qingtian. "Zhu Dao, I advise you to admit defeat. If you really want to fight, the result has already been decided." Qiu Qingtian said confidently. "Not necessarily. You and I are both first-level divine lords. You can defeat me once, but you might not be able to defeat me twice. Make your move. This time I will win." Zhu Dao's voice was powerful. As soon as he said that, Zhu Dao's body was covered by a thick, pitch-black divine power. Following that, a huge spider appeared. It was a pitch-black spider that was as black as steel and emitted a metallic luster. This was Zhu Dao's origin source secret technique. In fact, Zhu Dao's original body was a spider, and his origin source secret technique was also a spider. Following that, the pitch-black spider charged into Zhu Dao's body, and a layer of pitch-black armor immediately appeared on Zhu Dao's body. The pitch-black armor wrapped around Zhu Dao's entire body tightly, leaving no openings at all. Moreover, 8 huge spider legs extended from his back like 8 javelins. "Kill?" Zhu Dao coldly snorted as he charged towards Qiu Qingtian. His 8 legs transformed into 8 spear lights as they pierced towards Qiu Qingtian. The moment Zhu Dao attacked, he used his full strength. He and Qiu Qingtian knew each other very well, and there was no need for him to probe. He directly used his full strength to fight. Against Zhu Dao, Qiu Qingtian didn't dare to be careless. Bolts of lightning radiated from his body. A battle sword flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. This wasn't a secret technique, but a divine weapon. The source secret technique was above his head. It was a bead, and within the bead, terrifying lightning exploded, making sizzling sounds. The lightning of the round bead was one with Qiu Qingtian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the lightning sword in Qiu Qingtian's hand continued to slash out. In an instant he had slashed out over 100 times. Streaks of lightning sword light collided with Zhu Dao's black spear light, causing a loud explosion. The two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye they had exchanged dozens of blows. To be honest, the two of them were truly powerful. Their strength was astonishing, and they possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. They were first-level god monarchs, but they weren't ordinary first-level god monarchs. They were top-notch geniuses. Without a doubt, their source divine power factor had already undergone 4 awakenings. At the same time, they had mastered all sorts of terrifying secret techniques. They had also cultivated physique secret techniques, source secret techniques, and so on. Their fighting strength was astonishing, and they would probably be able to wrestle with ordinary second-level god monarchs, although they might not be able to contend against them. In the god monarch realm, it was extremely difficult to cross one level to fight against an enemy. For example, Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian. They were both exceptional geniuses. However, those who could enter the god monarch realm were all geniuses. Their source divine power factor had undergone at least 3 awakenings. As for Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian, they had only undergone 4 awakenings. With one more awakening, even if they added on some other techniques, it would still be difficult for them to fight across levels in the god monarch realm. At most, they would be able to wrestle and contend, but it would be almost impossible for them to defeat their opponent. Such strength? In a battle of the same level, they are much weaker than Di Jiani. Lu Ming muttered. In his heart, he already had an idea. Zhu Dao and Qiu Qingtian fought intensely. To be honest, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't that big. After exchanging more than 200 moves, Qiu Qingtian slowly gained the upper hand. His entire body was covered with lightning. Every move that he made was filled with lightning, which then transformed into lightning swords that attacked Zhu Dao. In the end, the lightning bead was held in Qiu Qingtian's hand. It transformed into a lightning enchantment that enveloped Zhu Dao. Countless bolts of lightning continuously struck Zhu Dao. Zhu Dao roared and waved his 8 spider legs, attacking Qiu Qingtian continuously. However, he was repelled by the lightning every time. Gotcha. The pitch-black armor on Zhu Dao's body cracked open and fresh blood continuously seeped out. Peng as time passed, the armor on Zhu Dao's body continued to explode. In the end, Zhu Dao let out a blood-curdling scream and retreated frantically. Kill? Qiu Qingtian roared and grabbed the opportunity to transform into a lightning sword, slashing towards Zhu Dao. Zhu Dao did his best to block, but he was still struck. His body flew out horizontally, landing heavily below the battle platform. His body was in tatters, almost completely exploding. He was severely injured and almost died. Zhu Dao defeated. At this moment, the Taishu sacred emperor's face was ashen and extremely gloomy. Zhu Dao had been defeated. In this way, the Taishu dynasty no longer had a divine lord supreme talent. The remaining ones were all divine kings. On the Tianyi sacred dynasty's side, other than Qiu Qingtian, there was another supreme talent who was also a divine lord. The difference was too big. It was obvious at a glance. The result was already out. The Taishu sacred emperor was furious. Was the soul-cultivating flower going to be gone just like that? He couldn't accept it. Without the soul-cultivating flower, he didn't have much time left and it would be difficult for him to defy the heavens. At the side, the crown prince and the imperial advisor revealed a smile. This result was exactly what they wanted. "Aha, Brother Jing, it seems like you've lost. You won't be able to take the soul-cultivating flower." The Tianyi sacred emperor laughed. "Gotcha." The jade cup in the Taishu sacred emperor's hand was crushed by him. At the scene, many people from the Taishu dynasty shook their heads and sighed. The number one of the 9 general stars did not advance. This had a great impact on the Taishu dynasty's side. Originally, that supreme talent could have fought with Qiu Qingtian and Zhu Dao could have dealt with the other divine lord supreme talent of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. In this way, the outcome of the battle was unknown. However, the number one of the 9 general stars did not advance. This directly changed the situation of the battle. It directly caused the Taishu dynasty's side to suffer a one-sided defeat. At this moment, everyone had forgotten about Lu Ming's previous victory. Chapter 3497. Lu Ming's victory did not affect the overall situation at all. Qiu Qingtian has won this battle. Qiu Qingtian, will you continue to challenge or take a break? The white-haired judge asked. I'll continue. Come out. Qiu Qingtian casually pointed at a young man. According to the rules, the loser should be the one to challenge the winner, but that was only if the winner did not continue to challenge the winner. If the winner continued to challenge the loser, he would still have the right to challenge the loser. The young man's face turned pale. Although he was one of the top few among the 9 general stars, he had yet to enter the Divine Lord realm. His combat power was much weaker than Zhu Dao's, and he was not on the same level as Qiu Qingtian. If you don't dare to fight, then admit defeat. Qiu Qingtian said coldly. Fight. Finally, the young man shouted and stepped forward, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Now, in front of everyone and the Taishu Sage Emperor, if he admitted defeat, his future would be over. Therefore, he could not admit defeat. Moreover, he guessed that Qiu Qingtian must have been exhausted in the battle with Zhu Dao. He might still have a chance. You have some guts, but unfortunately your fate is sealed. Thunderous Annihilation Sword. Qiu Qingtian shouted, and the bead emitted more lightning. Qiu Qingtian transformed into a giant lightning sword and slashed at the prodigy from the Taishu dynasty. Sky Tiger splits the sky. The prodigy from the Taishu dynasty used all his strength to transform into a Sky Tiger. His tiger claws split the sky as he attacked Qiu Qingtian. Boom. The two sides collided heavily and energy waves spread in all directions. Lightning filled the sky. However, in the next moment, a scream was heard. Then, a figure flew out of the fighting stage like a shooting star and crashed to the ground. This figure was not Qiu Qingtian, but the prodigy from the Taishu dynasty. His body was charred black, and after crashing to the ground, he twitched a few times and stopped breathing. He was dead. A peerless genius had been killed in an instant. Damn it. The people from the Taishu sacred dynasty were enraged, especially the family members of that prodigy. They were furious. You overestimated yourself. This is your fate if you don't admit defeat. Qiu Qingtian sneered. You're too ruthless. Someone from the Taishu dynasty roared. Life and death are not guaranteed in this competition. If you are killed, you can only be considered weak. If you are afraid of death, you can just admit defeat. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled faintly. He was in a very good mood. He was definitely going to win this competition. Moreover, he would be able to suppress the Taishu dynasty and obtain a treasure that was not inferior to the soul-nurturing flower from the Taishu Saint Emperor. Qiu Qingtian, do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? The white-haired referee asked again. Continue fighting. Qiu Qingtian said, then glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's group originally had 7 people. Now that one was dead and one was injured, there were only 5 left. Other than Lu Ming, the other 4 turned pale when Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept past them. Qiu Qingtian's gaze swept past Lu Ming, directly ignoring him. In his opinion, he did not know Lu Ming at all. Although he won the previous round, it was also because of luck, the element of surprise and Qigao's carelessness. He did not take Lu Ming seriously. In the end, his gaze fell on one of the 9 general stars and said, "Come out and fight me." The general who had been challenged paled. The scene of that prodigy being killed was still flashing in front of his eyes. "Do you accept the challenge or admit defeat?" Qiu Qingtian said with a playful smile. "I admit defeat." In the end, that prodigy from the Taishu dynasty shook his head and chose to admit defeat. Even if the Saint Emperor saw it clearly, even if the others saw it clearly, he did not care and chose to admit defeat. It was better to be looked down upon than to be killed directly. He knew very well that with his strength, there was a 90% chance that he would be killed if he fought with Qiu Qingtian. How could he continue fighting? Of course he would admit defeat directly. Ah! Tianyi Saint Emperor laughed loudly, while the Taishu Saint Emperor's face turned even uglier. Today not only did he not get the soul-nourishing flower, but he also lost all his face. In this way there were only 4 people left from the Taishu dynasty. "Next you. Come out and fight me." Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge and pointed at a young man. That young man shook his head and chose to admit defeat. There was no need to continue fighting. He was definitely no match for Qiu Qingtian. He would only be courting death if he went up. In this way there were only 3 people left. Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge, and the next person also admitted defeat. In this way there were only Lu Ming and a young man in a white robe left. "Qiu Qingtian, are you still going to challenge?" The white-haired judge asked. "No, it's boring. All of you are cowards. I'll leave 2 of you for the others to play with." Qiu Qingtian shook his head and did not continue to challenge. Instead he retreated. In his opinion there was no point. If he continued to challenge, all of them would definitely surrender again. It was too boring. He might as well leave 2 of them for the others to play with. "Alright, next, it's the Taishu dynasty's turn to challenge," the white-haired judge announced. Lu Ming had been challenged before, so it was naturally another young man in a white robe's turn. The young man in a white robe stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. He was really relieved. If Qiu Qingtian continued to challenge him, he could only admit defeat. He did not expect that Qiu Qingtian would not continue to challenge him. In this way he had a chance to show off. No matter what, he had to perform well in the next battle. "Feng Qi, come down and fight." The young man in a white robe looked at a young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty. "You dare to challenge me? Very well, we have fought once before and there was no clear winner. This time I will definitely defeat you." The young man from the Tianyi sacred dynasty called Feng Qi said coldly. He stepped out and landed in the middle of the fighting ring. Boom, boom. Without any superfluous words, the 2 of them started to fight fiercely. The battle was intense. Their strength was similar. They were both in the peak Divine King realm with origin divine power factor and 4 awakenings. Needless to say, they were both peerless geniuses and their combat strength was similar. In this battle, the 2 of them exchanged more than 500 blows. It was extremely tragic. In the end, both of them were injured. They were covered in blood and their clothes were tattered. In the end, both of them fell down at the same time. The 2 of them fought until they were exhausted. In this battle, both of them were injured and they were evenly matched. In this way, Lu Ming was the only one left in the Taishu dynasty. Sigh, he is bound to lose. Let's end this quickly. Many people from the Taishu dynasty sighed. Previously, it was the Taishu dynasty's turn to challenge. In the previous battle, both of them were injured. Naturally, it was the Tianyi sacred dynasty's turn to challenge. "Leave this brat to me. I want to see if he's faster than me." A genius from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke and then flashed out. Rather than continuing to fail, it would be better to end this quickly and end this torture. According to the rules, it's the Tianyi sacred dynasty's turn to challenge, the white-robed judge said. Chapter 3498. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the middle of the fighting ring. "Boy, your speed is not bad. But compared to me you are still a little slower. You will be defeated." The genius from the Tianyi sacred dynasty sneered. He was from the Wingmen clan and had a pair of green wings on his back. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing toward Lu Ming. In the process of rushing out, his body swayed and turned into multiple phantoms, surrounding Lu Ming. There were a total of 32 phantoms and it was hard to tell which one was the real one. "Haha boy, have you seen my speed? Now you know the gap between us. With your speed you can't even touch a hair on my head." "Ah." The youth from the Wingmen clan laughed arrogantly. "Who said that I want to compete with you in speed?" Lu Ming said lightly. He clenched his fist and the overbearing god spear appeared in his hand. "Is this the secret skill of origin? How is that possible?" Many people's eyes widened, especially those from the Chinese sacred dynasty. Origin source secret techniques naturally wouldn't shock these people. However, it was shocking for a person to possess two origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming had clearly displayed the Wind Destroyer boots in the previous battle. Now he had displayed the overbearing God Spear. It was obvious that he had two secret skills of origin. Could it be that Lu Ming had cultivated the ancient cultivation method? Just as many people had this thought, Lu Ming made his move. Lu Ming swept out directly. The huge spear radiance filled the fighting ring and enveloped the entire fighting ring. "Yuah!" The youth from the Wingmen clan suddenly shouted in shock. Isn't Lu Ming good at speed? Why isn't he playing according to common sense? He wanted to resist, but it was too late. The huge spear radiance swept across and the phantoms exploded. No matter how many phantoms there were, no matter how fast they were, Lu Ming had already enveloped the entire fighting ring under his attack. Bang bang bung, a series of explosions resounded as the 36 phantoms exploded in an instant. The young man from the winged men race screamed as he was blown away by the spear. He was like a cannonball as he was blown out of the fighting stage and smashed into the ground. He was half dead. The youth of the winged men clan was defeated in one move. You won again? This time, even the people of the Taishu dynasty were stunned. In this competition, the Taishu dynasty had only won 2 matches, and both of them had been won by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. The people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were also stunned. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His true strength is very strong. Finally, one of the geniuses from the Tianyi sacred dynasty spoke up. His expression was grave. To be able to easily defeat 2 prodigies in a row, even a fool would know that Lu Ming's strength was not weak, but very strong. Below the fighting ring, the crown prince and the state preceptor looked gloomy. Seeing that Lu Ming was in the limelight, they were very unhappy. It doesn't matter. If this kid continues to challenge, he will be courting death when he meets the divine emperors of the other side. Maybe he will be killed by them. The state preceptor secretly transmitted his voice to the crown prince. That's right. It may be a good thing that this kid can win a few matches. The crown prince also nodded secretly. They were still hoping that Lu Ming would meet the divine emperors of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. In that case, they might not need to do anything and Lu Ming would be killed. Lu Ming, who are you going to challenge next? The white-robed judge asked. Now only Lu Ming was left. Lu Ming had won, so he could only continue to challenge him. Lu Ming pointed at a young man from the other side, who was not in the divine emperor realm. If he wanted to win, he had to defeat everyone on the other side. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to challenge them one by one. It was the same to leave the divine emperors behind. The young man who was challenged by Lu Ming stepped out of the crowd and came in front of Lu Ming. However, the young man did not dare to be careless now. He stared at Lu Ming with a solemn face. Kill. Suddenly the young man attacked. He attacked with all his strength. The origin source secret technique, with the support of strong divine power, was extremely powerful. It attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming simply waved his spear. At that moment, Lu Ming had already activated the battle character art to quadruple his combat strength. In addition to his 11 types of divine power, it was extremely powerful. He could easily crush those of the same level. Not everyone was like Di Jianni. Although these prodigies were strong, they were 100 streets away from Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Boom. The overbearing god spear rolled over, and the genius of the Tianyi sacred dynasty screamed. His attack and defense were all destroyed. He felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was almost flattened. His whole body flew out of the fighting ring and he vomited blood. He was half dead. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes were shining. Another instant kill. Occasionally they could say it was luck. But now it had happened 3 times. This was not luck. It was strength. Overwhelming strength. One should know that Lu Ming's opponents were not weak. The top prodigies of the Tianyi sacred dynasty were like the 9 generals in the Taishu dynasty. Such people were killed in an instant. How strong was Lu Ming? Tianyi sacred emperor and the remaining prodigies of the Tianyi sacred dynasty looked solemn. Great! Taishu's sacred emperor could not help but shout. His eyes, which were full of despair, were filled with hope again. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he might be able to create a miracle. The crown prince and the state preceptor looked gloomy. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Di Jianni was really defeated by Lu Ming? Di Jianni, come here. The crown prince sent a voice transmission to Di Jianni. In a flash, Di Jianni appeared behind the crown prince. Di Jiani, what's going on? Why is Lu Ming not dead? Could it be that you did not touch him? The Crown Prince sent a voice transmission to Di Jiani. Crown Prince, State Preceptor, we have underestimated Lu Ming. Di Jiani replied. What do you mean? The Crown Prince and the State Preceptor were shocked. I have lost. Di Jiani only said these 3 words and did not say anything else. What? The State Preceptor and the Crown Prince were shocked. They were all too clear about how talented and sick Di Jiani was. Jing Yu was known as the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the Taishu dynasty. However, compared to Di Jiani there was still a gap. Yes, in their hearts, Jing Yu could not be compared to Di Jiani. However, right now, Emperor Jiani had been defeated by Lu Ming. What did this mean? Lu Ming's talent was number 1 in the history of the Taishu dynasty. Damn it, D***MN it. The Crown Prince roared in his heart. Di Jiani's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the person who was ranked number 1 among the 9 general stars might not be a match for Di Jiani. Did that mean that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Qingtian? Defeat everyone in the Tiani sacred dynasty and help Taishu's sacred emperor get the soul-nourishing flower?